Gracias y buenos días.
Thank you. Good morning. So we have a quorum, which has been verified by the Secretariat. I call to order the regular session of the Permanent Council, which was convened to consider the items on the agenda contained in document CP/OD this year, in keeping with provisions of Article 43 of the Rules and Regulations. I submit it to you for your consideration. As I see no observations, we shall approve it. Before continuing, I'd like to extend congratulations to the President of Honduras, Nasri Afura, His Excellency, due to his assumption of the presidency on the 27th of January. And we wish him every success in his presidency for the benefit of the Honduran people and to strengthen the democratic institutions of that country. Along these same lines, we'd also like to congratulate the delegation of Costa Rica and the people and government of that member state for the day celebrated on the 1st of February and the elections. The sound has cut out, reports. The elections held to elect President Laura Fernandez Delgado, once again demonstrating Costa Rica's commitment to the values and democratic principles of the region. Distinguished colleagues, before continuing with the agenda, this chair would like to refer now to the International Day of Women in Multilateralism, which was observed on the 25th of January. It is my understanding that this commemoration is of the greatest relevance for all delegations of the OAS, and the chair thought it might be a good moment to reflect that consensus by recognizing the fundamental and key role played by women in building, strengthening, and projecting the multilateral system, as well as their importance in development of the global and hemispheric agendas. It was the women of this region that took the initiative of creating the first intergovernmental body in the world dedicated specifically to promoting and defending women's rights. For almost a century, through the Inter-American Commission of Women, our hemisphere has shown that women are agents of change that are vital in order to broaden rights, strengthen democracy, and make headway towards more fair and inclusive societies. Today, we can celebrate the presence of women at the highest positions of responsibility in all of our states. There are women who are president, who serve as vice presidents, and they are opening the way for more and more women to be able to be involved in the decision-making in our hemisphere. In our organization, we have the first woman as an Assistant Secretary General in the person of Ambassador Laura Gil, and we also recognize the commitment of the Secretary General Albert Ramdin to gender equality. In our work, we have seen the leadership, the technical soundness, and the great negotiating capacity of each and every one of our women ambassadors, alternate representatives, and civil servants in the OAS. The chair welcomes all initiatives and good practices from member states that are geared to promoting greater participation of women in multilateral diplomacy and more access for women to decision-making spaces. We're aware that structural barriers, gender gaps, and adverse contexts for women in multilateralism continue to be a daily reality for them to grapple with. And the first step towards equality is recognizing that reality. And that's why I'm using the voice of the chair to convene collective will and the determination of all countries in the Americas to eliminate the aforementioned obstacles, to promote inclusive and safe multilateralism for all women of the region. I would invite you now to join me in applauding and recognizing all of our women colleagues and for their excellent performance despite the inequalities and workload that is not paid as well and that affects them disproportionately.
Estimados colegas,
Distinguished colleagues, after that very warranted recognition, we've been looking at the videos that our colleagues crafted, and we would invite you to familiarize yourself with them. I'd now like to ask if the Council is willing to provide an exceptional waiver to the time limit set forth in Article 46 of the Rules and Regulation with regard to the request presented by the delegation of Argentina in order to grant them 7 minutes to speak on item 2 of the agenda. If there are no objections, it is so agreed. And if I'd ask, if possible, if you could kindly always endeavor to stay within the time allotted for everyone. With regard to the protocol session convened this afternoon to receive the President of the Republic of Colombia, this regular session needs to end at the latest by 12:30. And therefore, I'd like to thank you ahead of time for your kind collaboration in order to help us stay within the timeline. Turning now to item 2, commemoration of the International Day in Memory of the Victims of the Holocaust. As the next item of the agenda, and with regard to the request of the delegations of the United States, Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Guatemala, Panama, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay, and Honduras, we will now commemorate the International Day in Memory of the Victims of the Holocaust. This date reminds us of the millions of people who were victims of systematic violence and atrocious persecution during the Holocaust, and it invites us to reflect on the importance of maintaining keeping their memory alive, strengthening education on this historic space, and renewing our commitment to tolerance, justice, and fighting against any form of hate in our region. With that purpose in mind, it is my pleasure to greet and give the floor to Mr. Todd Stanke, Director William, and Sheila Konard for dissemination on the educational dissemination from the Museum on the Holocaust of the United States. Mr. Stanke, welcome once again, and you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, and distinguished guests, it's an honor to speak to you today in recognition of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. On behalf of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, I would like to thank the Permanent Council, as well as the U.S. and other delegations that supported this agenda item and the opportunity for me to speak to you today. The United Nations designated January 27 as an annual day of commemoration to honor the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust, 1.5 million of whom were children, and millions of other victims of Nazism. Why do we remember this horrific event, a watershed in human history? The General Assembly recently reaffirmed that the Holocaust will forever be a warning to all people of the dangers of hatred, bigotry, anti-Semitism, and racism. And it urged all member states to develop educational programs to teach future generations the lessons of the Holocaust. So on this day, as we honor the lives of those who were murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators, we seek both to commemorate this tragic history and to reflect on the lessons it holds for all of us in our lives today. Indeed, our troubled moment calls for a deeper examination of Holocaust history. Anti-Semitism, racism, and extremism are on the rise around the world. developing effective strategies in policy as well as in education to prevent extreme ideologies from taking root remains vitally important. Holocaust history is also the subject of considerable distortion and politicization. It appears that a young person anywhere in the world is increasingly likely to encounter on social media the idea that the Holocaust never happened, or that it was exaggerated, or that Jews are somehow responsible for the genocide committed against them. And we all know that what our youth consume on social media has more and more influence in the classroom and on our collective future. So at a time of ever-accelerating change, when social trust seems to be fraying and democratic norms feel fragile, it's important to look back at this history to see what it can teach us about the past and what it can teach us about ourselves. There are numerous reasons for a young person in the Americas to learn and reflect on this history, and our museum is pleased to support educational efforts in the United States and in many countries throughout the region. For example, we've partnered with UNESCO for almost a decade to work with local stakeholders to develop educational programs on the Holocaust and learning from a violent past, including in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Guatemala, and Mexico. With support from the governments of Canada and the United States, we're now working to deepen our engagement across the region. We also have available on our website a plethora of teaching and learning resources in Spanish, Portuguese, and French, as well as English. We hope that these programs and resources respond to the question, why should a young person in the Americas learn about the Holocaust? The United States Congress created my museum, a national memorial, because it believed that everyone in our nation should have a place to come and learn how and why the Holocaust happened, what made it possible. After all, Germany was a nation of well-educated citizens with a democratic constitution and a free press. Indeed, the Holocaust is a warning against the dangers of hate and dehumanization in any society, and of the fragility of institutions and social solidarity. And while the Holocaust primarily took place in Europe, it had global repercussions. Indeed, it played an important role in the history of many of our nations. Our museum currently has an exhibition on the United States and the Holocaust, exploring what our government knew, what average citizens knew, and how they responded or didn't. Indeed, restrictive immigration policies generally in place at the time, along with high levels of anti-Semitism and xenophobia, prevented many Jews fleeing the Nazis from coming to the Americas. Thankfully, some were able to find a way to our shores, sometimes through the courageous humanitarian efforts of individual diplomats who acted in spite of these restrictive policies. Diplomats from several OAS member states have been recognized among those who took risk to save Jews from murder by the Nazis and their collaborators. Holocaust survivors and refugees fleeing Nazi-dominated Europe have deeply enriched our society, although perpetrators unfortunately found sanctuary in many of our countries for far too long. The Second World War and the Holocaust also helped define new international crimes and universal norms for the protection of human rights. It's the prism through which many in our countries have viewed accountability for crimes against humanity, as well as the importance of transitional justice. Your Excellencies, I'd like to make one final point that I believe is particularly relevant today. Learning about the Holocaust forces us to examine the roles and responsibilities of ordinary people and to think about the choices people make and the motives behind these choices. The Holocaust was not carried out by Adolf Hitler and a small group of Nazi elite alone. They, in fact, counted on the collaboration and complicity of friends and neighbors on a continental scale to carry out the so-called final solution. Through this lens, we can reflect on our own roles in our societies and the consequences of the choices we make. The Holocaust reminds us that the unthinkable can happen. It also reminds us that individuals have more power than they realize to choose between good and evil. And learning this in history not only recognizes the victims of the Holocaust, but it can also inspire people to think about their personal power and, more importantly, to make use of their personal power by taking responsibility for shaping a better future. Thank you very much.
Gracias a usted, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanky, for your presentation. And now we'd like to greet and give the floor to Mr. Fendo Lautenberg, the Special Advisor from the OAS on Anti-Semitism. Mr. Lautenberg, once again, welcome to this Permanent Council, and I give you the floor.
Good morning to everyone. Mr. Chair of this Permanent Council, distinguished permanent representatives of the member states, co-sponsors of this session, distinguished guests in the person of the Anti-Defamation League Vice President Marina Rosenberg. The International Holocaust Remembrance Day is not merely an exercise in memory. It is, above all, an act of moral and political responsibility. It directly challenges democratic institutions and those of us who hold public office with the duty to protect human dignity. On January 27, 1945, Soviet troops liberated the Auschwitz-Birkenau extermination camp. More than 1 million people were murdered there, most of them Jews. From that moment onward, the world could no longer claim ignorance. The evidence of the crime was laid bare before the conscience of humanity. The Holocaust was not a sudden eruption of barbarism. It was the outcome of a process sustained by propaganda, systematic dehumanization, unjust loss, and prolonged silence. As Hannah Arendt warned, evil can become banal when it ceases to be questioned or thought about. This is one of the most unsettling lessons of the 20th century. Hatred does not always require fanatics. At times, it only needs the indifference of many. 81 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, memory remains indispensable. Yet, memory alone is not enough. Anti-Semitism does not belong solely to the past. It manifests today through new languages, new platforms, and renewed pretexts. It circulates across social media, academic spaces, and political and cultural arenas. At times, it tries to disguise itself as political commentary, at others as historical denial, frequently as a direct incitement to hatred. The events following October 7, 2023 exposed this reality with stark clarity. In numerous countries, attacks, online, verbal, and physical, against Jewish individuals and communities increased significantly. Slogans such as "globalize the Intifada" have been used to legitimize the targeting of Jews in Amsterdam, Sydney, and in Washington, D.C. at the Jewish Museum. This forum, ladies and gentlemen, must state it plainly. Anti-Semitism is neither an isolated nor a sectorial issue. It never has been. Wherever anti-Semitism spreads, the foundations of the rule of law begin to erode. Wherever hatred is tolerated, democracy weakens and human rights suffer. For this reason, combating anti-Semitism constitutes a democratic obligation. It involves states, educational systems, judicial institutions, and political leadership alike. It requires public policies, appropriate legal frameworks, and clear conceptual tools, including the definition of anti-Semitism developed by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, already adopted by 8 states throughout our hemisphere. As the special advisor on anti-Semitism of this organization, I have witnessed meaningful progress, but also persistent resistance. Experience shows that rhetorical commitment sometimes proves insufficient when it fails to translate into concrete actions. Remembrance entails actions. It entails prevention. It entails education. And it also entails decisions, even when those decisions are uncomfortable. Recent monitoring reports based on social media analysis reveal a sharp rise in anti Semitic hate speech, including Holocaust denial and explicit incitement to violence. And these expressions do not remain online. They fuel intimidation, normalize hatred, and increase the risk of physical attacks. This is precisely why the global guidelines for countering anti Semitism, which some countries in this Western Hemisphere have already adopted, stress the importance of early warning mechanism and coordinated state responses. Distinguished permanent representatives, each of you, besides representing your state, also shares a set of values. The memory of the Holocaust speaks directly to those values, not as a reflection on the past, but as a permanent warning. Never again cannot be reduced to a ceremonial phrase. It must be expressed through public policies, firm institutional responses, and unequivocal condemnation of all forms of hatred. As Elie Wiesel reminded us, neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Honoring the memory of the victims of the Holocaust demands more than recalling how they died. It demands a commitment to how we choose to live in societies where diversity is protected, where hatred is never relativized, and where human dignity admits no exceptions. May this permanent council stand not only as a space of remembrance, but as one of active memory and effective commitment. History may not repeat itself, but it always warns. Listening to that warning is today an inescapable responsibility. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lautenberg, for your presentation. To conclude, I'm delighted to give the floor to Ms. Bel Yarniewski, the Executive Director of the Center of Jewish Heritage for Western Canada and the Director of the Institute for the Fight Against Anti-Semitism in Manitoba. Ms. Yarniewski, thank you very much for being with us, and welcome to the Permanent Council of the OAS. I give you the floor.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Gill, permanent and alternative representatives and colleagues. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you today. My name is Bel Jarneski, and I am the Executive Director of the Jewish Heritage Centre of Western Canada, the Director of the Manitoba Institute to Combat Anti-Semitism, and a federally appointed member of Canada's delegation to the IRA. For 17 years, I've been teaching about the Holocaust and anti-Semitism and providing professional development for teachers. Most recently, the Jewish Heritage Centre partnered with the provincial government of Manitoba to create a mandated curriculum on Holocaust education for grades 6, 9, and 11. And I have also had the immense honor of working with local Holocaust survivors. I am also the daughter of 2 Holocaust survivors. Both my parents lost their extended families, and in my father's case, a wife and child as well. I grew up knowing that my grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins were murdered. I grew up with the knowledge that the millennia-old hatred that is anti-Semitism led to their deaths, along with that of so many others. 1/3 of the world's Jews were murdered in the Holocaust, and recent research has revealed that from August to October of 1942, 1.3 million Jews were murdered, an almost inconceivable rate of 15,000 people per day. In fact, roughly 25% of all Holocaust victims were murdered during those 100 days, quite likely the deadliest 3 months in human history. Last week, we marked International Holocaust Remembrance Day. a day to remember the victims of the Holocaust era and to encourage education about this tragic chapter of human history. That day, a number of statements from some government leaders and major news outlets and others shockingly left out the word Jews. We are now 81 years since 1945. We believed that the world had learned something, how a tradition of hate could so easily translate to murder, and how easily human beings, for they were human beings and not monsters, could believe that Jews and others were unworthy of life. We were wrong. Today, very few of our precious survivors are still with us, and so the torch has been passed to us to ensure that their stories, this tragic chapter of our history, is carefully preserved. It is our duty to fight the hate, denial, distortion, and erasure of our history that continue to fester in our midst. We are living in what some refer to as a post-truth world, and with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is possible to misrepresent just about anything. Websites can be easily found that distort, deny, or invert the history of the Holocaust. Entire journals are devoted to proving that the world has been lied to and that we Jews have made it all up. And last week, on January 27th, a group of individuals organized an event called the Holocaust Academy Summit. They presented a full day's lineup of speakers whose only aim was to debunk the Holocaust. In 2024, Jack Yedvab, President and CEO of the Association of Canadian Studies, initiated a research survey conducted by the Leger Group. Entitled Rising Holocaust Skepticism in Canada, it revealed that a shocking 42.3% of the participants in the survey believe that the Holocaust is exaggerated. They believe that fewer than 1 million Jews died, and 1 in 6 Canadians between the ages of 18 and 24 agreed that the Holocaust is exaggerated, and a similar share of Americans concurred. An earlier joint survey by the Claims Conference and the Azrieli Foundation found that 62% of millennials did not know that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. 22% of millennials had not heard of or were not sure of if they had heard of the Holocaust, and 49% of Canadian respondents could not name a single camp or ghetto, similar to a US study where 45% could not name one such place. On International Holocaust Remembrance Day, many local and world leaders did post meaningful statements noting the importance of the date. But sadly, far too many comments in response to these posts on social media expressed anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, distortion, and inversion. And among the responses were such horrific statements as these: "No one believes that nonsense anymore." The Red Cross examined the camps because of the rumors and determined that they were not mass extermination camps. There's no evidence that Jews were gassed to death. And many remarked that Gaza was the, quote, real genocide. Still others insisted that, quote, Jews deserve to die because they killed Jesus. As we look to the future, we must ensure that the history of the Holocaust is neither forgotten nor distorted. Education is, of course, key. Far too many people today are sadly lacking in knowledge about history. They are influenced by the echo chamber that is social media, and in turn are all too ready to believe hateful ideas and conspiracy theories about Jews. We must also prioritize education on digital literacy so that students can identify reliable resources and differentiate them from AI-generated images and texts, which exacerbate misinformation and disinformation and which promote Holocaust distortion, inversion, and denial. We owe this to the memory of the victims, we owe this to the survivors, and indeed, we owe this to humanity. Thank you.
Gracias a usted por su intervención.
Thank you very much for your intervention, and now I'm delighted to give the floor to the delegations.
El uso de la palabra.
Argentina is recognized. Chair, Secretary General, Madam ASG, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to begin by thanking the panelists for taking part in our session today. Mr. Tad Stanky and the director of the International Educational Outreach section of the Holocaust Museum, Mr. Fernando Lautenberg, the commissioner from the OAS on monitoring and fighting anti-Semitism, and Madam Belle Yarniewski, the executive director of the Jewish Heritage Center of Western Canada and director of the Manitoba Institute to Combat Anti-Semitism. Also, thank you very much to Dr. Marina Rosenberg of the Anti-Defamation League. Chair, on the 27th of January, as we all know, we commemorated 80 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. This is a symbol of the planned degradation of the human condition. And that was where, and in so many other places, where a machinery for annihilating 6 million Jews and also millions other victims of hate and systemic violence. In memory of that crime, Chair, the international community commemorates the International Day of Memory of the Victims of the Holocaust. For Argentina, remembering isn't just a symbolic, empty gesture. Rather, it is an ethical obligation and a political decision. It consists of maintaining our memory alive in order to defend our freedom. As Primo Levi would say, memory is the only remedy to avoid history repeating itself. In that spirit, Argentina pays tribute to every life that was cut short and every name that hate tried to erase. Now, this commemoration cannot be left in the past. Anti-Semitism, in its classical forms, its contemporary expressions, continues to be a scourge. It degrades democratic coexistence. It breaks societies, and has been unbreakable in its clear condemnation of relativization and any links with anti-Semitism. Our region painfully remembers that hate is not something limited to words. We in Argentina have suffered from anti-Semitic violence ourselves in 1992 at the Israeli embassy and the attack against the Israeli AMIA Association in 1994. They left a horrific scale of open wounds and victims and an ongoing demand for truth and justice. From that experience, Argentina maintains its central conviction that fighting anti-Semitism and any other form of intolerance or discrimination based on religion or the creed of any individual is inseparable from defending freedom and the rule of law. It involves protecting communities, ensuring their safety and security, and educating to learn to live together in democracy. And it also means fighting any denial of the Holocaust, which today is being spread at a dizzying speed, and understanding that disinformation, when it serves hate, becomes a direct threat to social peace. Chair, this commitment that we staunchly hold on to also goes beyond our borders, and that is why my country has been selected as the chair of the International Alliance for the Memory of the Holocaust in this year, 2026. From that responsibility, we work to strengthen education on the Holocaust, to fight Holocaust denial and distortion of that tragedy, and to ensure that future generations are able to understand the consequences and how devastating intolerance and hate can be. We would also like to underscore the privilege of having been the headquarters of adopting and implementing the global guidelines for fighting anti-Semitism. These are concrete tools to provide states with a practical framework for identifying, preventing, and combating anti-Semitism in all of its forms. We invite member states of this organization to adopt these global guidelines in order to address this scourge. Dear colleagues, memory of the Holocaust calls on all of us as a regional community to live up to what we'd like to be, a community where diversity is protected, where hate does not find legitimacy, where terrorism is condemned without ambiguity, and the human condition be the starting point for all of our public policies. With that in mind, we underscore the need to continuing to promote alongside other member states and this organization activities and initiatives at the hemispheric level sustained on fighting anti-Semitism, and we reiterate our willingness to cooperating actively with the General Secretariat, with close cooperation with the Office of the OAS Commissioner to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, to ensure that the inter-American system is able to create effective tools to protect our communities and strengthen our democratic coexistence. To conclude, Chair, we would like to thank you for the time for this intervention and also the other delegations that have joined this commemoration. Argentina, before this council, reiterates its unbreakable commitment to the historic truth, human dignity, and fighting anti-Semitism head-on. This is a strong, firm conviction. When we relativize terror, we undermine our coexistence, and when we forget, we become vulnerable once again. I'd like to conclude, Chair, with a paragraph from the work of Elie Wiesel, The Night, based on the promise of not forgetting what we have survived. Elie Wiesel was a Holocaust survivor and the founder and president of the Commemorative Council of the Holocaust in the United States, who said, "I will never forget those calls that consumed my faith forever. I will never forget that silence that deprived me forever of the will to live. I will never forget those moments that broke down my soul and became..."
Gracias, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'd like to give the floor to Paraguay. Thank you very much, Chair. Special greetings to the Secretary General and to the Assistant Secretary General. I would also like to thank the U.S. delegation for leading the inclusion of this commemoration on today's order of business, with co-sponsorship from many different states, including Paraguay. And also thank you very much to the panelists that spoke before me for their very interesting presentations and invitation to reflect. The Holocaust resulted in about a third of the Jewish population and many other minorities being killed, and this was unequaled historically. It is a permanent reminder of the danger of fanaticism, racism, prejudice, and hate, and that is why Paraguay has co-sponsored the resolution adopted at the UNGA in 2005, establishing the 27th of January as the International Day for Holocaust remembrance, the remembrance of Holocaust victims. Also in January 2022, we co-sponsored at that same body the resolution entitled Holocaust Denial. We'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the robust ties that we have with the Jewish population, and this was the case of the support provided with our votes at the UNGA to create the State of Israel. 68 years later, we note the strong, close ties of friendship and cooperation that today bind Israel and Paraguay. Chair, against this backdrop, Paraguay would like to underscore the importance of the work that has been carried out in the framework of the OAS through the Special Advisor Against Anti-Semitism, currently held by Fernando Lautenberg. His work has contributed significantly to shedding light on preventing and combating anti-Semitism in the hemisphere and promoting dialogue, education, and respect among people. That is why we believe that the function of the Special Advisor Against Anti-Semitism at the OAS should not depend on conjectures or changes of administration. Rather, this should be a stable part of this organization itself. Fighting anti-Semitism and any form of hate and discrimination requires continuity, predictability, and an ongoing commitment from the inter-American system. reminding us of the Holocaust is key to preventing acts of genocide. Denying or relativism of one of the worst crimes against humanity only raises the risk of something similar being repeated. This commemoration urges all of us to deeply reflect to ensure that our societies are able to move forward in strengthening our fundamental values such as peace, memory, and mutual respect. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a usted, señor
Thank you, Ambassador. I'd like to give the floor to Brazil. Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to begin by thanking our special guests to contributing to this very fundamental debate. Brazil has also joined the countries requesting that this item be included on today's agenda, and we did so with the belief that remembering the Holocaust and its victims is a duty that falls on all of us who have a commitment to combating any form of discrimination. The International Day of Remembrance of Holocaust Victims was adopted in 2005 by Resolution 6870 at the UNGA, and this was co-sponsored by Brazil as well. And we firmly condemn any form of anti-Semitism, and we underscore that as we remember the Holocaust victims, we also must remember the fight against anti-Semitism, hate speech, and historic denials, particularly in the digital realm. And Brazil's commitment to eradicating anti-Semitism and all forms of hate is part of this. We must condemn it in order to ensure our societies respect human dignity and promote tolerance. In addition to directly contributing to fighting Nazism after World War II in Brazil, we are proud of including among our diplomatic service individuals such as Luis Martins de Souza and others who are recognized by the Ad Vashem Holocaust Memorial for their activities of non-Jewish individuals who helped save Jewish lives during World War II. Chair, the Holocaust was a crime that was unique, and it redefined the moral rules that we follow as a society. It showed that moral collapse, allowing unspeakable crimes, can happen in the most advanced societies. Using modern technology and complicity and active participation from the political class, business leaders, and everyday people who have been taken up by hate speech and stigmatization, as well as seeking to even eliminate entire groups. This historic experience had a huge impact on instruments such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention for Preventing and Fighting Repression and Genocide, as well as the Convention on the Status of Refugees, as well as the IPC and others. For after 80 years, we ask ourselves, why is it that despite that traumatic history and everything that we have created in international law, humanity has not been able to avoid the resurgence of new extremism that leads to crimes against humanity and even genocide? Hate speech continues to be used broadly in order to promote violence and undermine democracy, both online and using new technologies. The victims tend to be the most vulnerable members of society, people who are oppressed, women, poor individuals, migrants and their families, religious minorities, Afro-descendants, individuals with disabilities, LGBTQ plus community members, and others. We can not see any genocide in history that wasn't first accompanied by and strengthened by hate speech against those who were considered to be different and victims of systematic persecution. In addition to remembering the millions who lost their lives, we must also look at the deadly errors made in the Holocaust and see this as a call to providing a groundwork for studying the history of humanity. And we must look at the signs as red flags and alarm bells. Dehumanization that deprives people of the right to have rights, seeing them as simply disposable and undesirable. The victims of the Holocaust, as we remember them, shouldn't allow us to follow hate speech and extremism, or an impact on international law that ensures the dignity of people. We must not normalize any use of undermining justice and forget that people all have value in their lives, regardless of their nationality, ethnicity, political position, or religion, sexual orientation, or gender identity. The victims of the Holocaust, as we remember them, makes us look at systematic violence, discrimination, and inequality against entire people and the most vulnerable members of society. And it means recognizing and naming atrocities of genocide for what they really are. Without wavering, we must condemn any discrimination or use of violence. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to Canada. Thank you, sir. I'd like to begin by thanking the panelists for their very relevant presentations on this day of commemoration. Canada joins the international community in remembering the 6 million Jews that were assassinated during the Holocaust, under the Nazi regime, including the Hadmitsisenti, the LGBTQ plus people, persons with disabilities, and others killed at that time. We would like to recall for their living and for the descendants. We must work together to combat anti-Semitism, hatred, and intolerance under all of its form. We also pay tribute to those who, after living through unimaginable horrors, have rebuilt their lives in Canada and other countries in the region and have enriched our communities with their efforts. Their courage is why we must not weaken at a time when we're seeing an alarming resurgence of anti-Semitism around the world.
From the brutal terrorist attacks of October 7, 2023, led by Hamas against Israel, to the recent murderous attacks on Jews gathered for a Hanukkah celebration in Australia, to the rise in hate crimes targeting Jewish communities in Canada and beyond, these events affect not only Jewish people, but everyone. As you know, Canada is not immune to anti-Semitism. In 2024, Jewish Canadians were the most frequently targeted group in police-reported hate crimes. Indeed, nearly 1 in 5 hate crimes and more than 2/3 of hate crimes targeting religious groups were directed at Jewish Canadians. The Holocaust stands as a stark reminder of where hatred and indifference can lead, and remembrance alone is not enough. Canada is taking concrete steps to combat anti-Semitism. Through Canada's anti-racism strategy and action plan on combating hate, we aim to strengthen public safety, education, and community resilience against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate. We also invest in programs that preserve survivor testimonies, educate future generations, and strengthen our resolve against hate. Through enhanced education initiatives, broad consultations with survivors, and new investments, Canada aims to address radicalization and protect communities at risk. Earlier this fall, Canada introduced legislation with strengthened provisions to address hate crimes, protect religious and cultural buildings and spaces, and prohibit the hateful display of terrorist symbols. This new legislation will make it a criminal offense to willfully intimidate or obstruct access to places of worship, schools, and community centers. Internationally, Canada is a member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, working alongside more than 30 countries to preserve the memory of the Holocaust and combat anti-Semitism. We have endorsed the global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism, and we collaborate closely with partners through the special envoys and coordinators on combating anti-Semitism network. Canada remains firmly committed, both at home and abroad, to ensuring that all Jewish people can live openly and securely, free from hate. And on this day, we call on all member states to unite in remembrance and in action. Together, we will uphold the memory, defend human rights, and build a future in which never again is truly a reality. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. I now give the floor to the Dominican Republic. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, we appreciate the inclusion of this important item of the agenda for the Permanent Council and the very worthwhile presentations that were given in the context of this session. These presentations contribute to strengthening our collective reflection on what happened, education, and defense of human rights. The Dominican Republic is joining this session with a deep sense of historical responsibility. This commemoration is not just a solemn act. It is a reaffirmation of principles that continue to be vital for international coexistence. The Holocaust was the absolute denial of human dignity. It was the extreme result of ideologies that promoted exclusion, dehumanization, and systematic hatred. Recalling it today is to recognize that no society is exempt from the risk when intolerance is tolerated, or anti-Semitism or racism or any other type of discrimination is tolerated. Based on this conviction, the Dominican Republic invites us to translate the Holocaust Memorial into action. It's not enough just to remember. We also need to educate, warn, and take action given the warning signs of hatred. In the global scenario where we see extremist speech and normalizing of hatred, then indifference cannot happen. We assume responsibility in our country from our own historical experience. At that time, which was particularly critical in international history, the Dominican Republic adopted a decision guided by humanitarian decisions and solidarity, welcoming Jewish refugees and establishing a community in Puerto Plata to receive them was a concrete expression of our commitment to human solidarity and protection of life. These are values that continue to encourage and motivate our action in multilateral space. It also drives us to promote educational policies and spaces, to strengthen historical memory, to endorse multilateral initiatives geared to prevention of hate, prevention of genocide, and to unequivocally reject any manifestation of anti-Semitism without ambiguity. Mr. Chairman, the defense of the memory of the Holocaust is very closely related to the defense of democracy and human rights and the rule of law. When we have respect, when you weaken the respect for diversity, you weaken the foundations of peace. And thus we reaffirm our commitment to a hemispheric agenda that promotes tolerance, intercultural dialogue, and the protection of the most vulnerable groups. Honoring the victims of the Holocaust is to assume active responsibility, given what is happening now. It is solidarity above hatred. And it is our conviction to work together with other members of the OAS so that memory will be a tool of prevention and not simply recalling the past. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I give the floor to Uruguay. Thank you, sir, Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished permanent representatives. Uruguay thanks the delegation of the United States for the initiative of including this item on the agenda dedicated to the commemoration of the victims of the Holocaust. We co-sponsored it. And we also appreciate the presentations made by the panelists that recall for our memory and collective commitment to human dignity. Resolution 77 of the UN, designated by the Uruguay, designates the victims of the Holocaust and establishes a day on the Holocaust within the United Nations. This date commemorates the release of the Laudich victims and looks at the hatred that led to the condemnation and killing of millions of Jews. The magnitude of this tragedy requires that the commemoration goes beyond symbolic statements and calls for collective reflection to think about the essential pillars of the international system, and we would include a categorical rejection of any form of distortion of the Holocaust, of the promotion and protection of human rights, and the conviction that education and memory are fundamental tools to prevent future genocides. As was mentioned recently by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of my country, for Uruguay, memory is not passive. It calls upon, demands, and looks at how far humanity can go when hatred becomes a state policy, when dehumanization of the other becomes normal, and when silence replaces responsibility. To recall this is an act of justice and a form of resistance to indifference. In that regard, we have supported the continuity of the Special Rapporteur of the OAS on anti-Semitism that is now a post occupied by Mr. Manati, who gave us a presentation. We would recall Article 18 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 18 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which enshrines the right of all people to the freedom of thought, religion, and expression. And we reject any form of intolerance, incitation to hatred, or violence against people or communities based on their ethnic origin or their religious beliefs, regardless of where it takes place. Uruguay has historically been a land for refugees of rebuilding and hope, for those who flee persecution. The Jewish community in our country has a point of departure in order to leave those tragic episodes in their lives. There were also Uruguayan victims of the horror of the Holocaust, and honoring them is an act of national memory and history. In that context, my country would like to highlight that this year, the commemoration of the Day of the Victims of the Holocaust was particularly significant for our country, with the holding of a special session in the Parliament, accompanied by all political parties. We reaffirmed Uruguay's commitment as a whole to the preservation of historical memory and the irrestricted defense of human rights. This reflects the conviction of the importance of commemorations that occupy a central place in our societies and democracies. Sir, it also involves assuming responsibility with the present and the future. Human rights are not just conquered definitively. It requires ongoing commitment, and very often it starts with, undermining starts with words and indifference. Uruguay would like to reaffirm here and in all international fora its firm commitment to the memory and the promotion of a culture of peace. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Chile. Thank you, Chair. I take this moment to extend greetings to the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General, and all those who spoke today. I'd also like to thank the delegation of the United States for its initiative of including this commemoration in memory of the victims of the Holocaust in this session of the Permanent Council. It gives us time to think about the atrocities committed by the Nazi regime, their collaborators, and to pay tribute to the 6 million Jews and gypsies, homosexuals, political dissidents, and all persons who were subject to brutal persecution at that time. As was reaffirmed by the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile a few days ago during the commemoration of that day, we believe that recalling the Holocaust is not an exercise reserved for the community for a given nationality, community, or faith. It's a universal requirement because it brings us face to face with what humanity was capable of, and thus we are compelled to prevent it from happening again. I pick up what was said by Mr. Lothenberg and other delegations in that we understand that one of the best ways of honoring the victims of the Holocaust is to prevent evil from becoming commonplace, as was said by Anna Arendt, or preventing it from being repeated over the years. Unfortunately, in the 90s, there were 2 international tribunals that were responsible for persecuting genocide, and we see the same happening today. And that's why the invitation here is to make sure that does not happen again. It's a very important part of international law, and that's why those international tribunals are so important in that regard. My delegation did support and decisively supports inclusion of this item on our agenda and has co-sponsored it, and will continue supporting the celebration dedicated to the promotion and protection of freedom of awareness, religion, faith, and the Omnibus Resolution of Human Rights. This section, among other elements, promotes the strengthening and creation of inclusive mechanisms geared to safeguarding this fundamental right, and urges member states to protect the freedom of religion expression, freedom of religion, and places for religious observance and other spiritual places. We will not go into detail about the measures that my country has taken in order to promote this right and protect it, but I would like to highlight that our anti-discrimination laws include specific reference to arbitrary discrimination based on faith or religion and provides for punishment. In 2011, Chile included in its legal framework the law that criminalizes genocide and crimes against humanity based on 2 international treaties based on the extermination of Jews. Or what happened in North Carolina, the concept of genocide in 1944, defined in order to grapple with what happened with family members. Chile has maintained this line by denouncing any terror, committing itself in all multilateral fora to stop anti-Semitism, intolerance, or extremism. This is a commitment which is a state policy, and we believe that the best way to honor the victims is to continue rejecting and unequivocally condemning any act which is against a person, religious groups, ethnic groups, including anti-Semitic speech or disinformation. It's an ethical and moral duty, and we see this in the law, and which also helps to promote in human rights. We need genuine reflection on that, and Chile thinks it's important to underscore the importance of making a clear distinction between anti-Semitism, which is a form of religious and ethnic hatred, and other forms of discrimination. It needs to be rejected without any patterns involved or any other type of limit on the freedom of expression. We align ourselves with a statement made by the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations with regard to freedom of expression. Human rights draws a clear line between political criticism, which is legitimate, which no state is exempt from, and anti-Semitism, which cannot be replaced and can never be justified. Finally, this commemoration revisits the horror of the Holocaust and the suffering that it caused for the victims, but it mobilizes us to work within our societies in the service of people, not for specific interests, for law and reason, not the law of the strongest. We need to address our legitimate differences in institutional frameworks. The speaker was cut off, reports the interpreter.
Embajador, tiene la palabra Costa.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Costa Rica. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished colleagues and panelists. My delegation has joined in the request of including this item on the agenda today, and we'd like to thank the Permanent Mission of the United States to the OAS, led by Ambassador Leandro Risuto, for this initiative. And we'd like to thank the other member states who have accompanied us in this. Thank you very much to Mr. Stanke, who's in the room here with us, who is the director of the International Educational Branch of the Holocaust Museum of the United States. And we'd like to also thank Mr. Fernando Lottenberg, Special Advisor to the OAS on Anti-Semitism, and Madame Januski, Executive Director of the Jewish Heritage Center of Western Canada, for their virtual presentations. Today we recall that the Holocaust is not just one of the most profound tragedies in our history, but it is also an ongoing warning about the devastating effects of hatred, dehumanization, and indifference. We honor the memory of the 6 million Jews that were assassinated and all the other victims that were recorded, and we reaffirm that each and every life is important and human dignity is indivisible. From our region, this commemoration calls upon us to renew a clear commitment with peace, education, and prevention. Recalling the Holocaust means assuming responsibility for rejecting anti-Semitism, racism, and any form of intolerance. It is also about acting in time vis-a-vis speech, which normalizes violence and exclusion. Memory is not an exercise about the past. It's a tool to build more fair societies where dialogue, respect, and peaceful coexistence would prevail. As many have said today, that this day reinforce our collective determination that never again be a living principle, a principle that would guide our decisions and actions in the present without discrimination, regardless of the national origin of the victims. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Colombia. Thank you, sir. I'd like to extend greetings to the Bureau, to the Ambassador of the United States and other sponsors of this item of the agenda, as well as the presentations of the panelists, which we appreciate, and their very valuable contributions to honor the victims and survivors and commemorating one of the darkest and most painful chapters in humanity's history. Today, it's vital to remember that the Holocaust was the result of degenerative processes due to degenerative practices that were very harmful, including human dignity being destroyed, propagating hatred, destroying truth, stigmatization, weakening of democratic values, and indifference vis-a-vis exclusion. These dynamics, unfortunately, were not just limited to where they occurred in the past. They continue to exist in the present, around the world and in our own region. From the Americas, this commemoration becomes particularly important and significant. Our region has seen the consequences of racism, totalitarianism, and the weakening of fundamental rights, which reinforces the importance of this exercise of memory and reflection. We know that when persecution of determined groups of people is weakened, then or hatred is tolerated, or expressions of hatred are tolerated, it weakens human rights and weakens democracy and creates more violence. The OAS was based on clear principles at its inception: the respect of human rights, democratic coexistence, and pluralism. To recall the Holocaust in this space means that we are reaffirming our collective commitment to those principles, especially given trends that we see in the current context resurfacing and which are alarming. In different parts of the world and in our region as well, we see renewed expressions of xenophobia, racism, and other forms of intolerance, as well as the strengthening of speech that promotes exclusion, that relativizes historical memory, weakening of democratic institutions, and using social media to those ends. And this is why the memory of the Holocaust brings us together to reflect in an unavoidable manner about our responsibility, shared responsibility as states, to prevent genocides and crimes against humanity. This responsibility requires dialogue, education, and collective commitment over time. We cannot be indifferent, especially with regard to the most poor, the most vulnerable, and those who struggle to defend their rights. It's therefore our duty to combat any form of discrimination and reaffirm actively democracy and unrestricted promotion and respect of human rights. We need to reaffirm the America's commitment to not tolerate hatred, to protect human dignity, and to preserve memory as an essential instrument to promote more fair, inclusive, and democratic societies. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I now give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you, Chair. My delegation would like to thank the delegation of the United States and the other states that co-sponsored inclusion of this item in today's agenda. And we'd also like to extend our gratitude to the panelists. This initiative reaffirms that memory is more than a protocol or a jest. It's a shared responsibility. Today, we recall the International Day of the Memory of the Victims of the Holocaust, established by the United Nations as an ongoing call for collective awareness of the international community. In doing so, we pay tribute to millions of lives that were cut off by dehumanization, hatred, and we reaffirm the fact that human life and never again does not allow for convenient silence. This is first and foremost an exercise exercise of historical memory, but it's also a collective commitment. It's a commitment to not allow degradation of human dignity, dissemination of hatred, or indifference vis-a-vis suffering. These cannot be part of our common history. In this context, we would like to share with this council a chapter which involves our commitment in a more concrete manner. Between 1941 and 1945, from Geneva, Colonel José Arturo Contreras, in his capacity as consul of El Salvador, took a decision which involved personal, professional, and political risk. Motivated only by his conscience and moral duty, he extended certification of nationality to more than 40,000 men and women, Jews, who were being persecuted by the Nazi regime. That document was not just administrative papers. They became instruments that identified them as citizens of a neutral state, and it meant, in the midst of horror, that the protection of people against death. Recognition of this courageous act and humanitarian act, in 2010, the authorities commemorated the martyrs and victims of the Holocaust and included a special title to honor José Castellano Contreras and to recognize the fact that he was going against the current at the time of his actions. This is an institution that has studied and safeguarded the rights of our people vis-a-vis this action and looks at the real impact of this gesture on the lives of thousands and millions of people. This history was not just lived and left in the archives. It lives on the faces of the people today who exist because somebody decided to take action in the past. This is a document that shows the difference between life and death. In that spirit, El Salvador renews its commitment, a firm commitment against racism, intolerance, and all forms of discrimination, convinced that memory is only authentic when it translates into action. This is an act of hemispheric conscience. Today, to honor the victims of the Holocaust is not just recalling their lives and their histories, but it is also recalling the many anonymous heroes who, like Mr. Castellano, defended the fundamental life, dignity, and humanity, even in the darkest of times. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. After, we'll now give the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis.
I greet you, Chair, distinguished excellencies and delegations, Secretary General Ramdin, Assistant Secretary General Hill. Thank you, panelists, for your insightful presentation. The delegation of St. Kitts and Nevis joins this council and the international community in solemn commemoration of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. We honor the memory of millions of Jewish men, women, and children, and others who were systematically persecuted and murdered during one of humanity's darkest chapters. The Holocaust stands as a stark reminder of where unchecked hatred, xenophobia, racism, and state-sponsored discrimination can lead. It was not only an assault on a people, it was an assault on human dignity itself, a reminder not merely to never forget, but to always remain vigilant. The normative international frameworks established in law and the principle in the aftermath of such atrocities to ensure that such horrors would never be repeated have been strengthened within our own hemisphere. From the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, and the Inter-American Democratic Charter, they reaffirm equality, human dignity, and non-discrimination as foundations of democracy. To this organization's adoption of dedicated instruments to confront racism and intolerance directly, including the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Intolerance, and the Inter-American Convention Against All Forms of Discrimination and Intolerance. These instruments recognize that prejudice, exclusion, and dehumanization left unaddressed can erode social cohesion and lay the groundwork for atrocity crimes. History teaches us that genocide and ethnic cleansing do not begin with mass violence. As in the case of the Holocaust, they begin with words, with stereotypes, with policies that divide, and with silence in the face of discrimination. For small, diverse societies such as St. Kitts and Nevis, these lessons are deeply resonant. Our strength lies in coexistence, mutual respect, and the recognition that every individual, regardless of origin, race, religion, or identity, is entitled to equal protection and opportunity. Remembrance itself is an act of justice, but remembrance without resolve risks becoming ritual. Let us ensure that the memory of the Holocaust strengthens our collective determination to defend human dignity everywhere. Let us speak when intolerance surfaces, act when rights are threatened, and stand together when any people faces persecution simply for who they are. At the same time, we must also recognize with sobriety and purpose that this vigilance is not the responsibility of governments alone. Each of us has a role to play in our personal and professional lives alike. To honor our deepest commitments to democracy and respect for human rights, we must be prepared to challenge prejudice, uphold the rule of law, and choose courage over complacency whenever justice is at stake. In this way, we will honor the millions of victims of the Holocaust and all genocides and stand up to wanton hate and racism by recommitting ourselves to building societies, a hemisphere, and a world grounded in tolerance, equality, and enduring respect for the sanctity of every human life. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Granada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Excellencies. Grenada supports the inclusion of International Holocaust Remembrance Day on the order of business. We thank the delegations that brought this matter to the table, and we thank the panelists for your interventions, your presentations here today. For Grenada, remembrance is not an exercise in recounting history, we agree, but a commitment to prevention. The Holocaust stands as one of history's clearest warnings of what can occur when dehumanization is allowed to take root, when institutions fail, and when indifference replaces moral responsibility. As a small state, Grenada understands that the erosion of human dignity anywhere ultimately weakens the protections upon which all peoples depend, especially the most vulnerable. Remembrance, therefore, is not backward looking. It is an act of vigilance in the present. We believe the value of this commemoration lies in its reminder that the quote-unquote never again requires more than just memory. It requires education, institutional integrity, and the courage to confront hatred and exclusion before they escalate into violence. Grenada therefore joins this council in honoring the victims of the Holocaust, while reaffirming our shared responsibility to guard against the conditions that make such atrocities possible today and ever. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias,
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ecuador is recognized. Without a doubt, we have an extraordinary capacity to remember, commemorate, and teach history. But something's missing because we are maintaining patterns of exclusion, dehumanization, and wanting to break off fundamental freedoms. Chair, thank you to those who proposed this topic. Thank you to the co-sponsors, of which Ecuador is a member, and thank you very much for the presenters, as well as thank you very much for this expression of thought, ambassadors. The Holocaust calls on all of us in the present, not only for our memory. Racism, crimes of discrimination and hatred have not gone away. They continue to lead to very serious violations of persons' rights. And they come up not spontaneously, they are incubated in speeches that dehumanize, normalize exclusion, and fritter away at democratic values. Today, we are gathered to commemorate, and that implies there is an ethical requirement that we look toward the past, but we shouldn't leave things in the past. This is also an ongoing warning as to the devastating consequences of allowing prejudice, intolerance, and racism to become a state policy. What do we need as we remember the requirement that Auschwitz not be repeated? That should be the first thing they teach at all levels of education. And this year, the National Assembly of Ecuador commemorating this date with a solemn act of reflection and memory. And at that occasion, the Minister of Foreign Relations reminded us that memory is a shield against repeating barbarism. And he underscored the importance of strengthening education as a tool, a fundamental tool for preventing new atrocities. Based on that, the International Education on the Holocaust program, which has been developed by UNESCO, found that about 1 of every 5 countries does not include the Holocaust in its school curriculum. And some only mention it indirectly, for example, as simply part of World War II, and others forget what Brazil reminded us of. That is the importance of memory. As an example, that memory remind us of the abuses of memory, which is a masterpiece. It teaches us to find the universal principles that stem from historic acts. And in Ecuador, we have official curriculum unity, which studies genocide, including the Holocaust, and thousands of teachers and educators have been trained to support this teaching in Ecuadorian schools. And they have a broad human rights approach as they study this. As part of the founding charter of the OAS and other democratic instruments, human rights and the rule of law, we have total coherence when it comes to this education. Commemorating the Holocaust is much more than a symbolic act. It involves shouldering a political responsibility, preventing, reporting, and taking on any form of discrimination, intolerance, and violence head-on wherever it may occur. In Ecuador, we know the value of this responsibility. Our country was a refuge for many Jews who fled persecution and death. In our territory, they found a space to rebuild their lives, live in peace, and recover hope. That experience not only honors history, it also reiterates our profound conviction, integration as a foundation of peaceful coexistence among people. That is why Ecuador reiterates its commitment to international law, dialogue, and cooperation. And we believe that the banality of evil is not so much in that evil has a very low cost, but that it can be committed by anyone, any ordinary person. And that is why we need a commitment to never again, as a sense of ongoing responsibility for states to build societies based on dignity, a culture of integration and humanism that proclaims and defends strict respect to the human condition. This is sine qua non, and that is why we are here. Thank you very much.
Gracias, embajadora. Tiene el uso.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mexico, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair, Secretary General, Madam ASG, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Mexico joins this commemoration of the International Day for Remembering Holocaust Victims, and this is one of the darkest chapters in human history in which millions of individuals were victims of systematic extermination and dehumanization because of their ethnicity, their religious beliefs, their sexual orientation, ideology, cultural expressions, and even persons with disabilities who were described as useless to society. And the Holocaust was the result of a gradual process. It was based on a narrative promoting hatred and racial supremacy as part of a hegemonic project that led to systematic propaganda and control of the media, culture, and public spaces based on false information and the creation of repressive police bodies without any sort of jurisdictional control or checks and balances. And we see white supremacy, criminalization that are used to promote the rights of persons over those they believe who are different, or as well as extreme forms of violence and persecution. Mexico believes that it is indispensable that we underscore that combating anti-Semitism and any form of discrimination or intolerance against any group of people should be staunch, clear, and without any room for interpretation. And we must reject any form of dehumanization, racism, or systematic violence, regardless of its justification or origin. In that sense, we deeply regret that on the international stage today, we continue to see acts of discrimination and extreme violence, which have led to suffering for civilian populations and which have led to specialized, which have been described by specialized UN bodies as genocide. When we remember the Holocaust, we reiterate that never again must mean never again for anyone without exceptions. And the experience of the Holocaust must urge all of us to act in the face of today's speeches or discourse that are exclusive, supremacist, or nationalist in nature, seeking to justify stigmatization, repression, or rejecting individuals or communities for their phenotype, ideology, migration status, place of origin, gender, or sexual orientation. In the face of these discourses and acts, it's fundamental for us to provide a staunch response from the inter-American system and respect for international standards in place, which for decades have been built in order to ensure better human coexistence. Mexico has historically supported that the dignity of individuals is the foundation of international coexistence, and that defending human rights without distinction or hierarchy is a shared obligation of the international community and a foundation for the inter-American system. That is why we respectfully call on all member states to sign and ratify inter-American instruments for human rights, particularly the Inter-American Convention Against All Forms of Discrimination and Intolerance, and the Inter-American Convention Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and Related Forms of Discrimination. We pay tribute to all of the victims of the Holocaust, and we express our solidarity with the communities that keep their memory alive, reiterating their commitment to multilateralism based on respect for human dignity, human rights, cooperation, and building fairer, more inclusive societies as a condition for avoiding the repetition of mass atrocities and moving closer to lasting peace. I will close, Chair, by reminding you of the words of Lutheran pastor Martin Muller, who warned us as to the danger of silence and indifference. I quote, "When the Nazis came for the communists, I did not speak because I was not a communist. When they came for the union members, I said nothing because I wasn't a union member. When they imprisoned the Democrats, Social Democrats, I said nothing because I wasn't a Social Democrat. When they came for the Jews, I said nothing because I was not a Jew. When they came for me, there was no one left to speak for me." Let's keep that in mind, in our memories, so that these acts are never repeated. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a usted, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Honduras, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair of the Permanent Council, Secretary General, ASG, permanent representatives, alternate representatives, ladies and gentlemen. The Permanent Mission of Honduras is joining us everyone today very solemnly as we commemorate the International Day in memory of the victims of the Holocaust. This was established by the UNGA to honor the 6 million Jews and millions of other individuals who were persecuted and murdered. We also thank you for the initiative from the United States Permanent Mission to include this item on today's order of business and the valuable intervention of experts in this very important topic. We reiterate Honduras' commitment to the principles enshrined in the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Instruments on Human Rights, as well as the promotion of peace, tolerance, and understanding between peoples. We staunchly believe that memory is an essential tool to preventing repetition of atrocities and building fair, more united societies. With that in mind, my delegation would like to underscore that Honduras has joined the list of countries that requested this commemoration today as we remember the victims of the Holocaust for today's session of the Permanent Council. This is a clear sign of our support for this initiative at the regional level and our will to actively participate in the hemispheric efforts to fight anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and any form of discrimination. We recognize and value the efforts of member states and our special guests and experts who are with us today, as well as educational institutions, museums, and centers for memory that work tirelessly to keep alive this memory and turn that memory into positive actions for the present and future. Your Excellencies, as we pay tribute to the victims of the Holocaust, we also pay tribute to the universal values of humanity, solidarity, and justice. We renew our commitment to raising our voices in the face of hate and defending the dignity of all persons, while we work from this multilateral forum to build a hemisphere where peace, democracy, and mutual respect prevail. Thank you very much.
Gracias a usted y tiene el uso de la palabra Panamá.
Thank you very much, Panama. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, the Panamanian delegation would like to thank you for the valuable presentations from our panelists. Your contributions are a significant part of our collective reflection that brings us together today as we reflect today on this commemoration. On behalf of the Panamanian Republic, I would like to express our profound respect and recognition for the importance of this commemoration of the International Day for the Memory of Victims of the Holocaust, established by the United Nations to remember the liberation on January 27, 1945, of the Auschwitz extermination camp. On this date, the international community remembers one of the most tragic chapters of modern history. We honor the memory of the 6 million Jews who were murdered systematically, as well as the millions of other individuals who were also persecuted and murdered during this period. Remembering the victims is an act of respect and historic responsibility. This year, we are commemorating 81 years since the end of World War II and the Holocaust, and as part of the multilateral system, this date has become relevant as a call to strengthen the principles of respect and peaceful coexistence. In addition to underscoring the importance of education and historic memory as prevention tools, we reiterate our commitment in Panama clearly and consistently. Our National Assembly has commemorated this date solemnly, and we reiterate that racism, xenophobia, and any form of intolerance has no place in our society. Similarly, the Panamanian government has adopted international instruments that identify and combat anti-Semitism in all of its forms. For the Panamanian government, remembering the Holocaust is also defending human rights, raising our voice when anyone is persecuted, excluded, or dehumanized, and educating new generations so that they understand that indifference can be just as dangerous as hatred itself. Memory is a bridge between the past and the future, a bridge that forces us to be aware as we govern, to be human as we do so, and always promote life, justice, and peace. Finally, we call on member states to continuing to promote the historic memory as a tool for prevention, respect for human rights, and building more fair and inclusive societies. Commemorating this day is reiterating our shared commitment to dignity, peace, and coexistence among people. Thank you very much. Thank you, Panama. United States is recognized.
Mr. Chair and Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the United States thanks the Chair and our co-sponsors for including the commemoration of the International Holocaust Remembrance Day on today's agenda. January 27 marks the liberation of Auschwitz and honors the courage of those Allied soldiers, including Americans, who helped to liberate Nazi concentration and death camps across Europe. It remains a solemn reminder of the darkest chapters in human history. We honor the memory of the 11 million murdered during the Holocaust and their collaborators to serve a system built on hatred and dehumanization. The Slavs and the Roma people, disabilities, religious leaders, and persons targeted based on their sexual orientation, and political prisoners. Every victim mattered, every life lost demands remembrance. For the United States, Holocaust remembrance is not only an act of historical reflection, it's a responsibility grounded in truth, central to our post-World War leadership in advancing human rights and preventing future atrocities. The Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers. It began with words, lies, ideology, and deliberate effort to strip human beings of their dignity. It ended in an industrialized mass murder. Preserving the historical record of these events is essential, particularly at a time when anti-Semitism and religious hatred, included in the form of the Holocaust denial and distortion, are rising globally and increasingly amplified through online platforms and emerging technologies. Never again must be understood as a call to action. It requires vigilance, education, and the courage to confront hatred whenever it appears. Accurate Holocaust education and commemoration are vital tools to preventing future atrocities and for the strengthening democratic societies that respect human dignity, liberty, and the rule of law. The United States has long supported Holocaust education and the remembrance through institutions such as the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, whose work reminds us that the mass atrocities are not inevitable and that human choices, both action and inaction, have consequences. We value our continued partnership with the museum and the educators, survivors, and civil society organizations across the hemisphere. We also reaffirm the importance of multilateral cooperation in this effort. As a founding member of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, the United States' commitment is unwavering. We work with partners worldwide to promote accurate Holocaust research, education, and commemoration, and to counter denial and distortion, which are virulent forms of anti-Semitism and religious hatred. With our hemisphere, the United States underscores the essential role played by this organization in advancing historical memory and human rights. We especially commend the continued work of OAS Special Advisor on Anti-Semitism, Fernando Lattenberg, and reiterate that the United States considers this to be a priority element of the organization's human rights architecture and a key component of sustained U.S. support. As a survivor age and live in memory fades, Mr. Chair, our moral obligation goes stronger. We must ensure that future generations inherit not only the facts of the Holocaust, but also an understanding that unchecked hatred, indifference, and dehumanization can lead to catastrophe on a global scale. Holocaust remembrance is preventative, forward-looking, and inseparable from our shared commitment to freedom, justice, and human dignity. The United States will always counter religious hatred worldwide, champion justice for Holocaust survivors and heirs, and defend the integrity of the Holocaust memory. In doing so, we reaffirm that their suffering will not be forgotten and must never be distorted, denied. Thank you.
Gracias, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Guatemala is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the distinguished panelists who spoke today on this painful memory of the Holocaust. My delegation is pleased to have co-sponsored including this item on today's order of business. This is to commemorate the International Day in memory of the victims of the Holocaust. We reiterate our commitment to the fundamental values that sustain our coexistence as an international community. Every January 27th, which is the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz concentration camp, the world remembers the individuals that suffered persecution and were deprived of their lives due to their origin or beliefs. And remembering this painful chapter and preserving this memory is a shared responsibility to prevent it is ever repeated or are any other atrocities in the past. The Holocaust showed us just how far hate and racism can go, as well as dehumanization, behaviors that should not be tolerated in any society. From this tragedy, we saw international awareness that legal instruments and institutions aimed at protecting mankind and ensuring non-repetition were necessary. And as commemoration of that, we must, in a context in which these expressions of anti-Semitism and hate speech persist, to maintain constant vigilance and decisive actions in the face of any acts that may fritter away at the dignity of any human being. Guatemala reiterates its strong commitment to honoring the memory of the victims of this dark chapter, and we reject any act of intolerance, discrimination, exclusion, or violence based on religion or belief. We maintain the strong conviction of never forgetting nor allowing that others forget, twist around, or manipulate the memory of the Holocaust. In line with our policy of focusing on human rights at the center of our agenda, we work to promote historic memory and build societies in which equality prevails, as does dialogue and peaceful conflict resolution. Chair, our greatest aspiration should be a world in which we respect diversity, we strengthen justice, and we take on hatred with understanding and education as we build a future based on lessons from the past, as well as peace and respect for human dignity. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. Peru is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Peru would like to thank the U.S. delegation for including this item on today's agenda as we commemorate the International Day of Memory of Victims of the Holocaust. And thank you very much to the speakers for their valuable contributions. And we also salute the support provided by member states and delegations. And also, Chair, thank you very much. I would like to note that Peru also was a co-sponsor of this commemoration. Thank you very much. This commemoration, established by the UNGA, is a necessary exercise for collective memory in the face of one of the most painful chapters in contemporary human history. It's an opportunity to reflect on the consequences of hatred, intolerance, and denying human dignity. The Holocaust responds to only one duty of remembering the victim, and we also have an ethical duty to reiterate the values sustaining peaceful coexistence among peoples. Historic memory is a preventive measure to raising the alarm bells on any exclusion, discrimination, or violence. We consider that humanity should not repeat events such as this. Never again should not be just a slogan, but a moral commitment by states and societies as a whole. And we strictly respect human rights and a culture of peace. And against this backdrop, we respectfully remember that two Peruvian diplomats, Jose Maria Barreto and Jose Abeta Romania, in the last century were recognized as the righteous among nations for having saved Jewish lives during the Holocaust, as an expression of individual commitment to defending life, human dignity, and solidarity in extreme contexts of adversity. With that in mind, we support the meaning of this commemoration and maintain our strong commitment to peace, dialogue, and cooperation among nations as essential tenets for peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and understanding between peoples. We therefore reiterate, Chair, that we again note that Peru was one of the co-sponsors of this commemoration. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias, señor embajador. Se tomará nota de su petición y países observadores.
Thank you very much. And now we will give the floor to permanent observers. France.
Mr. Chair, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Permanent Representative, France associates itself with this international commemoration of the International Victims Day of the Victims of the Holocaust. This day makes sure that the world will never forget the atrocities perpetrated against the victims. January 1945, the world discovered the horrors of genocide perpetrated by the Nazi and their allies, who systematically exterminated the Jewish people and many groups due to their ethnic origin, their convictions, their physical traits or particularity, or their sexual orientation. On behalf of the defense of universal human rights, which are inalienable and indivisible, France remembers and pays tribute to the victims and continues the struggle against all discrimination, all forms of racism and xenophobia, and all hate speech. France is concerned by the resurgence of anti-Semitism in France and around the world, specifically since the 7th of October 2023. On the national territory, the French authorities have put in place a policy to fight this phenomenon, both by repression and prevention. Our fourth national action plan to combat racism, anti-Semitism, and discrimination based on origin sets a framework for the public for 2026 through the next few years. We want to adapt to technology changes and advances, and especially to fight online hatred. We continue to implement a strong national policy to promote memory through supporting memory-based institutions with 6 million euros a year. Our institutions are a model, and since 1989, the Commission for the Restitution of Assets and Indemnification of Victims of Anti-Semitism have amounted to a total of 600 million euros in recovered assets. Internationally, France is involved in several dialogues to fight anti-Semitism with Germany, Israel, and since 2024 with the United States. In that regard, France commends the new Special American Envoy responsible for monitoring and fighting anti-Semitism. Our country is already at the head of the line with regard to the European Union's commitment and actively supports the European strategy to fight anti-Semitism and to support Jewish life. Finally, in 2027, France will chair the International Body for Memory of the Holocaust and promoted its candidature during the Jerusalem plenary last year. The first plenary session under French chairmanship takes place in France near Aix-en-Provence on the idea of better building amongst people. It is the duty of everyone to struggle against these trends where the world is divided by fractures and hatred. France continues to lead the fight against all forms of xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the Holy See.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, sir. The Holy See appreciates inclusion of this item on commemoration of the victims of the Holocaust on the agenda of the Permanent Council. This day was established by the United Nations in 2005 in designating the 27th of January as a day for annually remembering the concentration camps and extermination, and honors the memory of the 6 million Jews that were assassinated during the Holocaust and the millions of other victims of the Nazi regime. During this commemoration, His Holiness on the 28th of January affirmed the following, and I quote, "At this annual time of painful remembrance, we pay tribute to a world without Semitism, without prejudice, without oppression or persecution for any human being. I renew my call to the community of nations so that we always remain alert so that the horror of genocide could never afflict any people again, and that we have a community based on mutual respect and common well-being." End quote. The Holy See reaffirms that was reaffirmed the declaration of the Vatican Council II on the commitment of honoring the Church honoring non-Christian religions. It deplores hatred, persecution, and manifestations of anti-Semitism of any time or person against Jews, and any form of discrimination against people, amongst people based on race, color, condition, or religion. In commemorating this day, the Holy See renews its commitment both to dialogue, Jewish-Christian dialogue, and the interfaith dialogue. We recognize it as a key tool to strengthen mutual respect and cooperation amongst the different religious traditions. The Holy See expresses that it continues to be faithful to its mission of promoting peace and collaboration between peoples, guided by tolerance and valuing human life in all of its dimensions. Thank you very much, sir.
A usted, señor embajador, tiene el uso de la palabra Italia.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Italy. Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary General, Madam Assistant Secretary General, the delegation of Italy would like to join in commemorating this International Day of the Holocaust Remembrance, which was on the 27th of January. We like to thank the panelists for their presentations. In Italy, through Law 211 of the 20th of July of the year 2000, we officially enshrined the Day of Memory. We should highlight that this milestone occurred 55 years after the end of the Second World War and 5 years before the General Assembly of the United Nations establishing the International Commemoration Day. This allows us to reflect about thinking about this event as a relatively recent event. Why were those years 2000 and 2005 so significant from an Italian point of view? They were important because they marked the transition of a private memory linked to the tragic experience of the victims to a more collective institutional remembrance that the state needs to preserve for social well-being and for future generations' well-being. And herein lies the fundamental role of schools in Italy throughout the last decades. The Day of Memory has allowed us to grapple with our national history and to warn about recurrent trends, forgetting, anti-Semitism, nationalism, and indifference, all of which are complicit in silence. We must understand that this is a moral duty to protect ourselves from ourselves and protect our children from ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, says the chair. I now give the floor to Spain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Spain joins this permanent council in commemorating the International Day of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. We would like to pay tribute to the 6 million men, women, boys and girls, Jews, victims of the Holocaust. And we pay tribute to the other 4 million victims including 10,000 Spanish men and women who also were subject to the horrors of the concentration and extermination camps. Spain reiterates its condemnation of anti-Semitism and all forms of hatred and discrimination, be it due to race, ethnic origin, religion, faith, gender, or sexual orientation, age, or disability. Given denial, distortion, and trivialization of the Holocaust, which fuels anti-Semitism and has a corrosive effect on the collective European and worldwide memory. Given that, we must promote a society which is tolerant, open, and inclusive, and egalitarian. Given the resurgence of hate speech in Europe, Spain has an active policy in place to combat anti-Semitism. It adheres to the International Alliance for the Memory of the Holocaust of 2008 and referendum its definition of anti-Semitism in 2008. Thank you, Ambassador. I now give the floor to the Secretary General. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished permanent representatives, and Ambassador Laura Gil, Assistant Secretary General. I would like to begin by expressing our thanks, appreciation to the delegations that have brought this important commemoration to the attention of the Permanent Council, as well as to all the panelists and member states for their contributions. And as many delegations have rightly noted, Mr. Chairman, remembering the victims of the Holocaust and acknowledging the profound horrors brought about by discrimination, intolerance, and hatred must serve as far more than an act of remembrance. It must be a call to vigilance and a call to action. The Holocaust began with words, with indifference, and with the erosion of democratic institutions. That reality obliges us to remain alert to the warning signs that can lead societies down similar paths. We cannot afford to forget the history, and we must learn from this horrible past. For this reason, the General Secretariat is deeply engaged in this work. Our commitment extends not only through the appointment of a special advisor on anti-Semitism, Mr. Lottenberg, but also through comprehensive efforts to strengthen democratic values, promote civic education, defend human rights, and combat all forms of hatred across the hemisphere. These efforts include fostering inclusive societies, good governance, supporting the rule of law, promoting pluralism and tolerance, and reinforcing the institutional safeguards that protect individuals and communities from discrimination and persecution. Therefore, today's commemoration reminds us that memory itself is a form of prevention. It calls upon us to address intolerance wherever it appears, in our schools, our institutions, our political discourse, and our public spaces. Again, we must not forget. And more importantly, we must act collectively. The nations of the Americas and this organization, as their shared forum, have the responsibility to ensure that genocide, persecution, and hatred founded in any ethnicity, in any race or religion, find no space in our hemisphere. Not today, not ever. I thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Secretario General.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. As I see no more requests for the floor, I'd like to once again thank our invited panelists for their presentations and the delegations for their statements on this commemoration, which inspires us to keep the memory of the victims alive, to strengthen education about the Holocaust, and to make progress with our commitment to with tolerance, justice, promotion of inclusive, fair societies, and especially to have a region free of hatred. We now move on to item 3, consideration of the draft resolution entitled Monitoring the Situation in Nicaragua. This will be presented by the delegations of Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, Canada, Costa Rica, Ecuador, the United States, Guatemala, Peru, Dominican Republic, with co-sponsorship by the delegation of Paraguay, as set forth in document CP/Doc 6170 of the year 26 and its addenda. Prior to this, and with special attention to the requests put forth by these delegations, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Commissioner Rosa Maria Paya, who is the Special Rapporteur for Nicaragua for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. You have the floor, ma'am. Thank you very much, the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ambassadors, in representation of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to attend the Council's session to address the situation of human rights in Nicaragua, which continues to be a critical area in the region. 7 years after the crisis began in 2018, Nicaragua remains under state it remains a police state characterized by control, surveillance, state repression against any person considered opposition, including civil servants linked to the regime itself. Repression goes beyond the borders under a supposed normalcy, which is imposed on the people. In 2025, the Commission denounced the consolidation of an authoritarian regime with the entry into force of constitutional amendments which are incompatible with the principles of democracy that support the inter-American system. Through concentration of power, absolutely, around the family of Ortega Murillos. This is in a state where for some years now, checks and counterbalances of a democratic system cease to exist. The civic space is completely closed. Freedom of association and expression don't exist. More than 5,600 civil society organizations have been closed by force. There is still a prohibition on all protests and social demonstrations or religious events, as well as their criminalization. In December 2025, we published our report, Violence Against Indigenous People and Afro-Descendants in the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua, which concludes the physical and cultural existence of these people is now at risk due to the violence perpetrated against them by armed settlers, many of them coming from the Pacific region, stripping them of their ancestral lands and displacing them with action or state omission or action that has facilitated this situation and exacerbated it. Amongst other events, the Commission documented a series of armed attacks, kidnapping, selective assassination, sexual violence, burning of houses, destruction of a means of subsistence, and other acts of violence that remain unpunished. Arbitrary detention has not stopped in Nicaragua. Through the MECENI, the Commission received information recently about the arbitrary detention of at least 60 people who were expressing opinions on social networks relating to what was happening in Venezuela. The speaker has frozen. There is no sound. People are compelled to present themselves on a daily basis for police checks, and they have to deal with surveillance control and are prevented from attending meetings, religious gatherings, or other gatherings. In keeping with civil society, at least 62 people continue deprived of their freedom for political reasons, according to civil society. These have been documented, and these people are living in deplorable conditions of detention, subject to torture and ill treatment, and in some cases, where their very location or whereabouts is hidden from them as a means of intimidation and punishment. Specifically, we're concerned about the situation of senior citizens, indigenous leaders, forest wardens, activists, women, and other people who are subject to provisional measures granted by the inter-American system. The Commission demands that Nicaragua comply with these measures and immediately report on their whereabouts and their state of health. Moreover, we need to urge the release of people who have been deprived of their freedom arbitrarily. The Commission has documented religious persecution through arbitrary detention, the expulsion of people without any guarantees of due process, the ban on religious acts or holding of mass, closing down centers of study and universities that are related to Catholic congregations. Moreover, the group of experts of human rights on Nicaragua, the Gengren mechanism created by the United Nations, reported on ongoing repressive waves against members of the Catholic Church and other Christian faiths that involve the violations of rights of thousands of people who are freely and publicly practicing their faith, and impacts the enjoyment of other rights such as the freedom of conscience, expression, and opinion. Moreover, the Commission warns that the repression by the regime continues extending beyond the frontiers of the state. Amongst other events, the Commission has seen situation of surveillance, abuse, hassling, and threats, acts of violence against Nicaraguan people who live abroad, arbitrary stripping of their nationality and property, and undue cooperation with international mechanisms. Alerts by Interpol and requests for an end to extradition and prohibition of reentry. We would also conclude that these abuses constitute a pattern of transnational violations of human rights designed in order to silence dissident voices. It also mentions the victims of these crimes of João Maldonado, who survived attempts on his life in 2021 and 2024, Rojas Cordero, who died in 2022 in Honduras, and Roberto Sacam, who was murdered in Costa Rica in June of 2025. The Commission emphasizes that transnational persecution is incompatible with international law and human rights and is a serious threat and challenge for the region and states in the region and for the international community. In this regard, bilateral relations among states and inter-American and Central American financial bodies cannot allow these grave violations of human rights and the context of impunity. At the same time, family members in Nicaragua find themselves subject to arbitrary stripping of property, confiscation of their goods, seizure, restrictions of mobility within the country, and constant surveillance as a form of intimidation and silencing of opposition voices. Finally, the Commission urgently calls on American states to demand the immediate cessation of repression and adoption of concrete measures geared to restoring democratic order in the country. Moreover, we reiterate our commitment to continue monitoring the crisis and accompanying the victims in the context of our mandate. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Maja, and it is my pleasure now to give the floor to the Ambassador Pascual, Permanent Representative of Chile, so that he can present the draft resolution that is before us.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, sir. I also would like to thank Commissioner Paya for her presentation. It is my honor to present the draft resolution on the situation of human rights in Nicaragua for the Council. This was promoted by Canada and Chile as a co-facilitator of the voluntary monitoring group of the situation in Nicaragua and co-sponsored by Argentina, Bolivia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, United States, Guatemala, Paraguay, Peru, and the Dominican Republic. This text is the result of an open, inclusive, and transparent negotiations with 2 rounds of consultations to which all member states were invited, with the view to recording observations, sensibilities, and looking for areas of common ground. It is entirely consistent with prior resolutions adopted both by this Council and by the General Assembly, and it reaffirms the organization's decision to maintain attention on the human rights situation in Nicaragua, even after this state denounced the charter of our organization. This is based on the fact that Nicaragua continues to be linked to us through international law and human rights law, especially through the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights, and therefore the bodies of the system maintains jurisdiction. The draft also reflects substantive assessment based on the most recent report of the group of experts on the human rights situation of the Human Rights Council of the UN. It looks at violations including actions of persecution, attempts on the life of people, and other acts of intimidation that would be undue use of various international cooperation mechanisms. In that context, the draft asks the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights to continue monitoring the situation closely through its mechanisms in place and reporting continuously to this permanent council. It also invites the Commission to analyze within its mandate and available resources the effects and consequences of some practices which might be affecting the rights of Nicaraguan people outside their territory, based on the inter-American standards and the information available. Mr. Chairman, the text also recognizes progress made, but underscores that this progress does not change the structural issues and problems with human rights, and we need to guarantee non-repetition. Finally, this initiative reaffirms our availability for dialogue bilaterally and multilaterally. It reiterates our call to the state of Nicaragua to resume a constructive commitment with the international community, including its possible return to the organization eventually. We appreciate the participation of all the member states in negotiating this draft resolution, and we trust that it will serve to strengthen collective action of the organization to defend human rights and democratic institutions throughout the continent. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to the delegations. Canada. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank Chile for its leadership on this resolution and all member states for their constructive engagement in discussing and developing this draft. In that context, then, Mr. President, I would like to request that this resolution be adopted by acclamation. Thank you.
I give the floor to Costa Rica, who asked for the floor. Thank you very much, sir. Costa Rica seconds the request put forth by the permanent representative of Chile in Canada in its capacity as coordinator of the monitoring group of the situation in Nicaragua. Adoption by consensus of this resolution reiterates the importance that this permanent council attaches to constant monitoring of the situation in Nicaragua in the context of the mandates of the Inter-American System and the OAS. It's important for the Permanent Council to speak with one voice, and for that reason, we thank all delegations that join in this call.
En consecuencia.
Thank you. The resolution is hereby approved. And now I will give the floor to the delegations, starting with the United States. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. The United States is pleased to be a co-sponsor of this draft resolution and thanks Chile and the other co-sponsoring delegations for their leadership in bringing forward a serious and timely text. We strongly support its adoption today and appreciate the Permanent Council's continued attention to the situation in Nicaragua. I also would like to warmly welcome Commissioner Rosa Maria Paya in her first address to the Permanent Council in her capacity as Commissioner of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and Rapporteur for Nicaragua. Commissioner, thank you for your briefing today and for your willingness to engage directly with this council. The United States reaffirmed its strong support for the independence and essential work of the Commission, including its sustained monitoring in Nicaragua and the special monitoring mechanism for Nicaragua, precautionary and provisional measures, thematic and country reporting, and ongoing engagement with victims, civil society, and Nicaraguans forced into exile. Chair, the human rights and democracy crisis in Nicaragua has worsened since our last engagement on the country. Since 2018, the Moreno-Ortega dictatorship has violently repressed peaceful protests and systematically dismantled democratic institutions in order to entrench its dynastic rule. Ortega-Murillo's repressive policies and actions have compelled more than 500,000 Nicaraguans to flee the country, in many cases arriving at our U.S. southwest border. Adding further to the problem, the dictatorship's permissive migration policy have enabled Baguna to serve as a springboard for extra-regional aliens to use on their journey to the United States. These policies and actions threaten United States security, and we made clear to Nicaragua we will not tolerate this status quo. In 2025 alone, the dictator eliminated the separation of powers through a constitutional rewrite, oversaw the deaths of 2 political prisoners while in custody, arbitrarily closed additional scores of civil society organizations, and punished real and perceived dissent. Dictatorship authorities continue to unjustly detain and forcibly exile political opponents, journalists, human rights defenders, members of religious communities, students, and target their family members for retribution. The dictatorship has taken no steps to restore the citizenship of those it claims to have rendered stateless, and continues to arbitrarily deny entry to Nicaragua of its own citizens, placing burdens on our respective social and immigration systems. Independent media and civil society effectively do not exist in Nicaragua, relegated to opening outside of the country. Today's resolution accurately reflects these grim realities as documented by the Inter-American human rights system and other international mechanisms. Recent releases of individuals in Nicaragua to house arrest many appear to be positive gestures by dictatorships. However, these actions fool no one. These individuals remain under constant surveillance, subject to movement restrictions and daily reporting at police stations. The dictatorship buys their and their families' silence with continuing threat of re-detention. House arrest is not freedom. The United States reiterates its demand for Nicaragua to immediately and unconditionally release all unjustly detained political prisoners, no house arrest and no new arrest. Today's resolution appropriately reinforces the need for accountability, sustained detention by the inter-American system, and continued international scrutiny. The United States supports the Commission's ongoing efforts to document violations, protect individuals at risk, and report regularly to this Council. At the same time, we remain prepared to support constructive engagement aimed at restoring Nicaragua's democratic institutions, civic space, and respect for fundamental freedoms should the illegitimate regime demonstrate a genuine willingness to reverse course. In closing, the United States stands firmly with Nicaraguan people and with the Inter-American Commission. We urge the adoption of the resolution, welcome continued attention on the situation in Nicaragua as OAS agenda item. We call for the unity and support of the restoration of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law in Nicaragua. Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Argentina is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. The Argentine policy unequivocally reiterates its categorical rejection of authoritarian regimes in our region, and this vision is not against sisterly nations or people, but regimes that do not recognize political diversity, human dignity, and do not live within the lines of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the OAS Charter. Eradication of human rights in Nicaragua has been deeply documented by protection mechanisms. The Inter-American Convention on Human Rights has noted the persistent systematic violations of human rights in Nicaragua, including arbitrary detentions, forced disappearances, torture, arbitrary denial of citizenship, return of Nicaraguans to their country of origin, and restrictions on freedom of expression, association, and peaceful demonstrations, as noted by Commissioner Rosa Maria Paya. And the group of experts on human rights on Nicaragua has established through the UN Human Rights Council that there is a pattern of serious systematic violations that are generalized, and this was in 2018. Those abuses are not isolated cases, rather the result of a repressive machinery aimed at eliminating any criticism, including beyond the borders of Nicaragua. The American Court of Human Rights has also spoken on the situation of persons who have been stripped of their nationality due to their situation as part of civil society and the dehumanizing treatment that continues to undermine their freedom, and that Nicaragua has been in contempt of court decisions. And we cannot minimize or ignore these facts. To do so would be abdicating our responsibilities that we have all shouldered by signing the Inter-American Charter, the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the OAS Charter, and other human rights instruments. Similarly, the situation in Nicaragua cannot be addressed in isolation or in the regional context. We have known realities in which authoritarian regimes have been consolidated. We have seen a worsening of civil spaces and fundamental freedoms. We must understand alternates in power, and that is why Argentina reiterates in line with democracy and human rights, and we are forced to reiterate a fundamental principle. This organization has responsibility. The Inter-American Democratic Charter explicitly establishes that democracy that is representative and that is indispensable for peace and development in the region, that people in the Americas have the right to democracy and their governments have an obligation to promote and defend it. The OAS Charter recognizes that human rights are enforced and the rule of law is a pillar of our peace in this hemisphere. We cannot allow countries in our hemisphere to become a refuge for impunity or thumb their nose at international instruments like this. Therefore, we work tirelessly with member states in order to adopt a resolution on this topic. And also thank you very much for the role of Chile in running this negotiation process, which clearly was successful. Chair, please allow me to conclude by reiterating clearly the position of my country with regard to the relationship between this organization and Nicaragua. We consider that the return of Nicaragua to the OAS must be strictly conditioned on prior compliance by the Nicaraguan government of all obligations of the OAS Charter and the Democratic Charter and Inter-American treaties on human rights, including decisions of the ICHR and the court. This is not setting up a permanent barrier, but rather ensuring that our Inter-American system is based on freedom, democracy, and human dignity. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. Paraguay, please. Thank you very much, Chair. I am speaking in order to thank Commissioner Rosa Maria Paya for her presentation, and thank you to the delegations proposing this resolution, the permanent missions of Chile and Canada, which were co-facilitators of the group of volunteers for monitoring the situation in Nicaragua. Thank you for your leadership in negotiating this text, which we have been able to adopt by consensus, and this reflects the broad approval by membership on a topic that is so important for our organization and also for our hemisphere. That is why we have supported and co-sponsored the draft resolution, which condemns the serious violations of human rights that are being committed in that country. And we urge the Nicaraguan government to fulfill its international obligations, and we call on them to return to the OAS and move forward in recovering their institutionality and democracy, among many other items. We can't speak without mentioning, Chair, our deep concern with the persistent and very serious human rights violations in that country, the weakening of their democratic institutions, and the lack of cooperation with international systems for protecting human rights. In that sense, we remind you of the impact that this has on the effectiveness of the Inter-American system in promoting and protecting human rights. And we note Nicaragua's systematic contempt of decisions by the court, as we have addressed in the same council during the regular session held on the 23rd of April last. That situation has led the court to urge this council to, in line with collective agreement, mention the contempt of provisional measures adopted on behalf of detainees in Nicaragua. That is why we celebrate that the resolution we adopted today urges member states to consider the situation when assessing any potential request for asylum, and that they request the ICHR to continue to closely monitor the situation of human rights in Nicaragua. Chair, we will continue to support any effort aimed at recovering democratic institutionality in Nicaragua and full reestablishment of the rule of law as well. Thank you very much.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Dominican Republic is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. The Dominican delegation thanks you very much for the presentation by Rosa Maria Paya, the Commissioner. And we also thank you for the ICHR's continuing work in monitoring the situation in the Republic of Nicaragua. The information that was shared in today's session confirms the seriousness of the facts and the need for us to maintain our eyes on that situation from this council. The DR has actively supported the efforts of the OAS with regard to the situation in that country, and with that in mind, our delegation has joined as a co-sponsor of the resolution that we just adopted by consensus, reiterating our commitment to defending human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in the hemisphere. Similarly, we value the work of the group monitoring the situation in Nicaragua, led by Chile and Canada, and we have been part of that group since its very beginning, and we consider the group as a fundamental part in ensuring continuity for studying the situation, shedding light on the human rights violations taking place, as well as providing a collective response based on the principles of the Inter-American system. We are deeply concerned as we note the persistent deterioration of human rights in Nicaragua, and the reports presented note a sustained pattern of restrictions to freedom of expression, closing physical spaces, civil spaces, as well as persecution of individuals for political reasons, both within and even outside of Nicaraguan territory. This has a serious and negative impact on the exercise of fundamental freedoms, and it fritters away at democratic foundations. Similarly, the DR has expressed its concern with the situation of persons that have been detained for political reasons, as well as reports of arbitrary detentions. These include conditions of detainment that are not in line with international standards and a lack of effective legal guarantees. These practices are not compatible with Nicaragua's international obligations shouldered when it comes to human rights. Against this backdrop, we urge the government of Nicaragua to fulfill in full its international obligations, to reestablish fundamental guarantees for its citizens, and to allow access and the work of international mechanisms for human rights. Chair, the DR reiterates its commitment to multilateralism, dialogue, regional cooperation as essential tools for promoting and protecting human rights. We will continue to support any efforts by this organization aimed at defending the human dignity and strengthening democracy in our continent. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Peru is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, we would like to recognize the presentation given by Rosa Maria Paya, the Commissioner, and her observations will be a substantial contribution to our reflection in this Council. We co-sponsored the draft resolution that was considered today, as we believed it was important for the OAS to continue to monitor the situation in Nicaragua in line with the values and principles that inspire this inter-American system. Additionally, my delegation considers that the draft resolution that was presented by Ambassador Pascual just now is a balanced view of what is happening based on international mechanisms for human rights, particularly the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and the UN bodies, and it highlights the need to address the persistent human rights violations and deteriorating situation of institutionality that impacts the people of Nicaragua. Similarly, we value the fact that this text from the resolution continues to monitor the situation with repeated calls for respect for international obligations and human rights, strengthening the rule of law, and recovering spaces for dialogue as well as cooperation with international organizations and bodies that are pertinent here. We have consistently noted at the UN and OAS our deep concern with restrictions of civic spaces, arbitrary detentions, and other practices not in line with international human rights law. And we also note our staunch support for any effort at reestablishing understanding and dialogue with Nicaragua's leaders, ensuring a sustained and peaceful resolution to the crisis. With that in mind, reiterate our willingness to continuing to support this organization in any acts that may promote and protect human rights, institutionality, democracy, international cooperation, as we believe that genuine dialogue and attachment to international principles will continue to be sine qua non to achieving this objective. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much, Peru. Uruguay. Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank and express the value of the efforts put forth by Chile and Canada in coming up with a resolution and consensus when it comes to monitoring the situation of human rights in Nicaragua. And we have been part of that effort. We had the opportunity to contribute, and that is why today we are supporting the adoption of this resolution. Similarly, thank you very much to the ICHR and Commissioner Paya for her presentation. Against that backdrop, we reiterate our concern with the growing deterioration of human rights in Nicaragua, as well as the persecution of the opposition and government dissidents, which has led to the erosion and restriction of democratic spaces. Similarly, we take note with great concern of the conclusions of the group of experts in human rights on Nicaragua at the United Nations. Nicaragua has been attacking human rights of asylum recipients beyond its own borders, and we note situations where there is a systematic restriction of any type of government opposition. With that in mind, we believe that the need to monitor the situation requires an adequate international legal instrument, as this is having an impact on human rights of Nicaraguans even outside of their own country. Similarly, we note the denationalization policy of over 452 dissidents and human rights workers that was noted by the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders and the Committee for monitoring discrimination against women, as we have seen so many dissidents suffering from this. We also raise the alarm on the impact on fundamental freedoms, as well as the conditions imposed on the exercise of freedom of the press and association. Similarly, we underscore the particular violence suffered by women and girls in that country, both as human rights defenders and members of the opposition, as well as when it comes to their sexual and reproductive freedoms. Similarly, we note the recent deliberation of the group of persons who were detained arbitrarily for political reasons, and we urge the Nicaraguan government to return to constructive dialogue with the international community and international fora. Chair, we reiterate the urgency of moving forward toward restoring civic and democratic spaces in that country, as well as strengthening the rule of law, which are essential tenets to rebuilding a society that is able to effectively guarantee the promotion and protection of human rights and democracy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajador, por
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your presentation. Brazil, please. First of all, I would like to thank Chile for presenting and running the negotiations on this draft resolution. The situation of human rights in Nicaragua continues to be a reason for concern and support from Brazil, and the adoption of the resolution on monitoring the situation in Nicaragua reflects the collective responsibility of member states as we continuously and constructively support the evolution in Nicaragua, as well as promoting efforts to contribute to restoring dialogue with that country. We recognize the positive step made by Nicaragua by freeing political prisoners, and we encourage the authorities there to intensify the pace of these measures aimed at swiftly reestablishing democracy and rule of law in that country and fully respecting their obligations and human rights, including an end to arbitrary detentions, restoring spaces for civil society, and reestablishing institutional guarantees compatible with their international obligations. Against that backdrop, we urge the Nicaraguan authorities to return to cooperation with the Inter-American system with a view toward rejoining the OAS. We reiterate here that from Brazil's perspective, a sustainable solution that's able to provide a concrete improvement to the situation on the ground will not be achieved through isolation nor by force, and cooperation and dialogue are the only tools available to build a sustainable solution in line with international law and reestablishing a dynamic that is compatible with peaceful coexistence among states. Finally, we must recognize that the credibility of the Inter-American human rights system depends on implementing its standards and not in a selective manner. Many dynamics noted in Nicaragua, including exceptional measures for security, a state of emergency, concentration of the executive, delegitimizing the counterbalances, and the checks and balances have reduced the civic space. And we conclude by noting that we call on all countries of the region to fully respect their obligations stemming from the OAS Charter, the Inter-American Human Rights Charter, and the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Panama, please. Thank you very much, Chair. In the framework of convening this permanent council, my delegation would like to thank you for including this item on today's agenda, and we celebrate the adoption of the resolution. In line with the mandate stemming from the GA and in line with the principles and values that govern the Inter-American system, we would like to also thank you for the presentation made by Commissioner Paya, the rapporteur on Nicaragua at the IACHR, and also thank you for the ongoing work of the Commission in monitoring and documenting the situation in that country. The observations and analysis shared today are a fundamental input for our deliberations at this council, and they confirm the persistence of the very serious and concerning situation of human rights, institutionality, democracy, and rule of law in Nicaragua. We reiterate our willingness to defend the rule of law, democracy, representativity, respect, and promotion of human rights, as well as the freedom of expression. These are principles enshrined both in our internal domestic instruments as well as international instruments that we have signed. These values are fundamental tenets for the peaceful democratic coexistence in our hemisphere, and as a state party to the Inter-American Charter on Human Rights, we reiterate our commitment to promoting essential principles, including those regarding personal freedoms, social justice, respect for fundamental freedoms as human beings, which are applicable to all individuals without any distinction. With that in mind, we recognize the right of all individuals to personal freedoms and to not be deprived of freedom for previously established reasons, in line with what is noted by the Constitution and laws of states party, in full observance of due process and legal guarantees. Arbitrary use of arrest, imprisonment, as well as lawfare are incompatible with the commitments enshrined in the Inter-American instruments, and we express our deep concern with the anomalies noted by the Commission as part of the legal proceedings against persons considered to be political prisoners in that country, including serious impacts on legal guarantees, procedural guarantees protected by the Inter-American Charter. These practices seriously limit the ability to exercise one's right to defense enshrined in the law, and they undermine the rule of law itself. We add to that, as noted in the draft resolution that was adopted today, the persistence of serious human rights violations, which have been broadly documented by regional instruments and international instruments as well as the progressive deterioration of democratic institutions. It is particularly alarming to note the actions that go beyond national borders, that have an impact on Nicaraguan citizens abroad through the undue use of mechanisms for international cooperation. We are concerned to note that a year after Nicaragua left the OAS, we have not seen any attempt to recover constructive dialogue, despite the reiterated will expressed by the states of the region and this very permanent council. The lack of cooperation does not contribute to building lasting solutions or improving the situation of individuals affected. Our country believes that the draft resolution submitted for consideration and adopted today is a necessary tool balanced to call to an end to human rights violations, reestablishing civic spaces, recovering the independence of powers, as well as good faith compliance with international obligations shouldered by Nicaragua. And we support the efforts by the Commission and the importance of noting that this council must continue to periodically receive information on the situation. Chair. We reiterate our solidarity with the people of Nicaragua, who deserve to live in freedom, with dignity, and full enjoyment of their civic and political rights. We reiterate the call on Nicaraguan authorities to fulfill their international obligations and to immediately and unconditionally free anyone unjustly detained, restore political and civic rights, and ensure respect for human rights for all stakeholders of Nicaraguan society. We support this draft resolution, as we staunchly believe that defending human rights and democracy is a shared responsibility among the entire Inter-American community. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Panamá.
Thank you, Panama. Ecuador, please. Thank you very much, Chair. The regulatory framework that brings us together as the OAS Permanent Council includes binding responsibilities for all states of the region to respect human dignity, freedom, and democracy. Beyond that, and considering still the inexistence of any seat for Nicaragua at this permanent council, and without getting into the debate on the impact of the convention, the Nicaraguan government is obligated to fully respect the rights of humanism in light of the use Cohen's principle, which is imperative in building the international community and which does not allow political and or ideological justifications for failing to recognize these high-minded values or attacking human dignity. The concern that has been expressed by this council is very serious and as well documented, as noted by the draft resolution. The recent reports from the group of experts on human rights in Nicaragua and the Human Rights Council at the United Nations, particularly the update on the 23rd of September 2025 of the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights at the United Nations, and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, ICHR, as well as the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, describe an alarming scenario. We are bearing witness to systematic human rights violations, arbitrary detentions, torture, forced disappearances, forced exile, stripping nationality, confiscating property unfairly, and also provisional measures being abused, as well as the elimination of identity cards and denial of passports. Many of these acts, according to the group of experts, might be crimes against humanity, and it's also worrying to note the extension of these reprisals by those in power beyond Nicaraguan borders. The report also details how the public powers of Nicaragua weaponizes international instruments for cooperation, such as Interpol red notices, false alerts on travel documents, and the manipulation of financial regulations in order to persecute dissidents abroad. And this does not only violate international law, rather it's also a threat to the integrity of multilateral systems that we all defend. This is a threat to hemispheric security. We recognize with hope the information on liberations of house arrest of dissidents, journalists, and those who are secular workers from the Catholic Church, but this is not enough. However, they may be the glimmer of hope for reconciliation, and they may we hope that they turn into full, unconditional liberation of those who have been political prisoners and those who have been stripped of their nationality. This, as a precautionary measure, that is house arrest, has become a principle of weaponizing. This was something that was once part of a liberal criminal court system in the 19th and 20th century, has now been used to cover up the persecution of dissidents. We do not know the whereabouts of some dissidents, and we must find them, note their whereabouts, and protect them, particularly human rights defenders. And Ecuador wanted to co-sponsor this draft resolution because of our commitment to freedom, particularly in Latin America, and because we need a constructive approach as an act of hemispheric solidarity. Thank you very much for your participation today virtually, to Commissioner Paya, the rapporteur on the situation in Nicaragua, the ICHR. This initiative for this resolution today is a step forward in our culture of integration and humanism based on protecting individual human rights, which know no border, nor should they, and they should also not know any exceptions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to Canada. Thank you very much, Chair. Canada salutes the adoption of this resolution on Nicaragua today that we co-sponsored, and we continue to be concerned by the continuing human rights violations at the hands of the Nicaraguan regime. These violations have been clearly documented, and they are carried out with impunity. We have noted the report from the group of experts on human rights in Nicaragua from the United Nations, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, as well as those noted in the resolution adopted by the OAS on the 27th of June 2024, all of which unfortunately note the very serious human rights violations taking place in that country. We deplore the measures that have been adopted by the Ortega Murillo regime in order to fritter away at the freedom of expression, harass and control political dissidents, and repress any form of opposition while protecting criminals responsible for these abuses.
Canada reiterates its call for the OAS to continue monitoring developments in Nicaragua and to demand justice and accountability for human rights violations perpetrated by the Ortega Murillo regime. Nicaragua has international obligations and must respect them. All states in the Americas, regardless of their membership in this organization, must respect political freedoms, the rule of law, and the rights of all people, including Indigenous communities. Canada and all OAS member states are committed to upholding the principles enshrined in the Charter and in the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Let us continue to strengthen support to Nicaraguan civil society organizations and independent media who courageously persist in monitoring and denouncing the serious human rights crisis in that country. The gravity of the situation in Nicaragua calls for unity. Let us work together to uphold the principles of human rights and justice and to stand in solidarity with the people of Nicaragua. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, sir, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to the Ambassador of Costa Rica. I have the floor, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, ASG, colleagues, and permanent representatives. Costa Rica is honored to co-sponsor this resolution and join in its adoption by consensus. The agreement achieved today reflects this Permanent Council's capacity to act responsibly, with balance, and with attachment to the principles that underpin the inter-American system to defend and promote human rights. The text that was approved not only reaffirms the need to promote the respect of human rights and the rule of law in our region, but it also compels collectively to follow and monitor situations that are grave and persistent based on documented information by the bodies within the system that have jurisdiction. We appreciate the very worthwhile presentation put forth today by the Commission, by Rosa Paya Acevedo, and we'd also like to take this moment to most cordially welcome her as the Commissioner as of January 2026, Commissioner Paya. We wish her every success. My delegation has actively participated in the drafting of this resolution, which reflects our deep-seated concern based on recent events in Nicaragua. Mr. Chairman, Costa Rica would like to underscore that it will not tolerate impunity vis-à-vis any crime committed on its territory, and this is in strict attachment to its legal framework, its commitment to the rule of law and due process, and to its international obligations currently. Any criminal behavior is and will be investigated and tried by the competent authorities to the ultimate consequence without exception. Also, we would reiterate Costa Rica's full respect for the decisions and measures adopted by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, specifically as it relates to the protection of people that are seeking refuge and all those who are in a situation of particular vulnerability. For Costa Rica, the consensus achieved today sends a clear and resounding and very relevant message. It shows that even in a complex context such as this, it's possible to agree on the defense of common principles, to sustain the attention of the Council, and to fulfill the mandates set forth by the General Assembly. And with all of this, with a view to promoting the respect of international instruments which are in force and applicable to the situation in Nicaragua, such as the American Convention on Human Rights. To close, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make it clear that this resolution does not close the door. Rather, it reiterates the OAS's availability for constructive dialogue. It calls for the reestablishment of a civic space and the recovery of democratic institutions, always for the benefit of the Nicaraguan people and in the context of inter-American instruments. Costa Rica accompanies this consensus with the conviction that multilateralism demands clarity, it demands constancy and consistency, and it demands that the Permanent Council fulfill a role which is fundamental and irreplaceable in this context. Thank you. I now give the floor to Guatemala as the chair. Guatemala, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Guatemala would like to thank you for giving us the floor in the context of approving the resolution monitoring the situation in Nicaragua, adopted by consensus by this council. We'd also like to thank Rapporteur Maya for reminding us clearly and with responsibility the ongoing alarming situation of human rights in Nicaragua. We would also like to convey our recognition to Chile and Canada for their leadership in promoting this important resolution. We are pleased to have co-sponsored this resolution in keeping with our firm commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights, the strengthening of the rule of law, and the defense of the principles enshrined in the international treaties and conventions on human rights. Guatemala has demonstrated its commitment not just through its availability in multilateral fora, but also through concrete action. Our country has welcomed hundreds of Nicaraguans, including persons who had to flee their country due to the political violence, and thus we reaffirm our solidarity with the victims. We agree with the deep-seated concern expressed in this resolution about the ongoing and grave violations of human rights, the weakening of democratic institutions, and impunity documented by various international bodies, including the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, the Office of the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights, and the Group of Experts on Human Rights for Nicaragua of the OAS. We echo the urgent call for the Nicaraguan state to put an end to the violations of human rights, including forced exile, arbitrary detentions, forced disappearances, unfair seizure of assets, closing civic spaces, and silencing critical voices both within and outside the country. We also join in the call for the release unconditionally of all persons that were unfairly deprived of their freedom, including under auxiliary arrest, and a guarantee for their dignity and integrity. We believe also that it's fundamental that Nicaragua adopt concrete measures to fulfill its international obligations in human rights. We reiterate the importance of the independence of the state, guaranteeing the full guarantee of rights and processes that advance truth, reparations, and guarantee of a non-repetition. Guatemala reiterates also the importance of strengthening the Inter-American system of human rights mechanisms, including the Inter-American Commission, to continue its monitoring of the situation very closely, including follow-up through the MECENI or IHCHR mechanism, and working with the international mechanisms in this regard. Mr. Chairman, Guatemala reiterates its availability to support all efforts oriented towards constructive dialogue with Nicaragua and the international community, with a view to contributing to the restoral of democratic order, full respect of human rights, and the well-being of the Nicaraguan people. We also reiterate our call for Nicaragua to reconsider its relationship with the Inter-American system and explore ways that allow it to come back to regional cooperation in benefit of its people and to strengthen democratic institutions in the hemisphere. We reaffirm the defense of human rights and democracy of all countries in the hemisphere is an essential pillar for peace, stability, and the development of our region. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. I now give the floor to the United States. The Ambassador of the United States is asked for the floor again. You have the floor, sir.
Embajador Risuto.
Ambassador Risotto, you have the floor.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States welcomes today's update on the work on the Organization American States Special Mission for the strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala, and we note the mission's continued technical engagement. We're not in Guatemala yet. That's why. Okay. I'm sorry. We lost track here.
Termine, por favor,
I'll come
Guatemala,
back.
entonces. Bueno, entonces ahora sí tiene el uso de la palabra.
Yes, I now give the floor to Spain, then Italy, and then I'll give the floor to the United States. Spain has the floor now. Thank you, sir. Spain thanks you for the opportunity to speak on this item on the monitoring the situation in Nicaragua, and we take note of the presentation by the Commissioner, Rosa Maria Paya. As reported to the Commission, we're concerned by the approval of legislative reforms and constitutional amendments that deepen the weakening of the guarantee of human rights and fundamental freedoms. We are concerned by the information conveyed about the erosion of political pluralism and restrictions on civil society, with documented cases of harassment of people and organizations and NGOs. It's crucial that the right to participation, political participation, be fully respected so that the Nicaraguan people can decide freely and safely on the future of its country. Spain rejects the arbitrary stripping of nationality. For that reason, as you know, Spain put in place an extraordinary mechanism of concession of nationality, Spanish nationality, for people stripped of their nationality, for stateless Nicaraguans. We regret that Nicaragua has decided to withdraw from a number of regional and multilateral fora, including the Human Rights Council and its associated mechanisms. That will just further exacerbate international isolation. Despite the difficulties, Spain would like to continue maintaining diplomatic dialogue, which is respectful, with the Nicaraguan authorities. That would include work in the area of development cooperation. Our Office for Cooperation continues to be the only one continuing to work in this area from the European Union. Spain will continue dedicating all its efforts to work with its international partners in order to maintain a good relationship with the sister people of Nicaragua. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And I now give the floor to Italy, says the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to thank Commissioner Rosa Maria Paya from the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for her oral report with regard to the draft resolution that is continuing to monitor the situation in resolution based on the last OAS resolution. We'd like to highlight the following. In Italy's view, it would be important for this country to consider very quickly renewing its contact with the Inter-American system, the position of the Permanent Council and its member states, to continue a dialogue in a constructive manner with Nicaragua. We also support. We would like to state for the record the circumstances of dissidents and opposition in recent months in Nicaragua, and we would recommend continuing to follow this situation while also eliminating any restrictions imposed on these persons. Thank you.
Gracias a usted, embajador. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Ambassador.
Distinguished permanent representatives, Assistant Secretary General, permanent observers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As reflected in the resolution just adopted by the member states, the situation in Nicaragua continues to merit the attention of this organization. In a changing regional and global reality which we experience today, peace and democracy in our hemisphere and working for prosperity for our people is of the utmost importance. This requires that our hemisphere unites to serve those basic needs for our societies, despite our ideological differences, because that is what our people want from all of us. Peace, security, democratic participation, and educational and economic opportunities. None of the countries in our hemisphere, therefore, can achieve these goals on their own, alone. We need everybody, everyone, every country at this table, ideally this table, where we can collaborate, cooperate, and support one another. We do not need to agree on everything, but we do need to engage respectfully. If we remain anchored in shared principles, I am convinced there is significant constructive work we can accomplish together as a region to the benefit of our peoples. Now, even though Nicaragua has denounced the OAS Charter, which has been in effect since 19 November 2023, principles and obligations as set out in the Inter-American Human Rights Conventions and general principles of the promotion and protection of human rights are founded in international law, are still very much applicable. I want to thank Commissioner Rosa Maria Paya of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission for the report she just presented. We must also realize that Nicaragua is part of this hemisphere. With close to 7 million citizens, and as a neighbor to Honduras and Costa Rica, we must also recognize that adverse developments in that country can have an impact on neighboring states and, in the broader sense, the whole hemisphere. It is in this context that we should aim, is my view, to facilitate engagement and constructive dialogue with Nicaragua. It is in this room that we must constructively work towards a peaceful and prosperous hemisphere. Our commitment to the principles entails acknowledging that adherence to human rights is guaranteed in the Inter-American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the Inter-American Convention, the American Convention on Human Rights, and other applicable internationally adopted and adhered to human rights instruments. In this regard, over the years, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, the General Assembly, and this Council have drawn attention to developments in Nicaragua that raise important questions regarding the protection of human rights and the functioning of democratic institutions in that country. These matters have been followed closely by the member states. Since 2018, Nicaragua has appeared in Chapter 4B of the annual report of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, indicating that we are witnessing the actions of a state responsible for massive, serious, and systematic violations of the human rights guaranteed in the American Declaration of the Rights and Duties of Man, the American Convention on Human Rights, and other applicable human rights instruments. The General Secretariat takes note with concern of these reports and encourages all efforts that may contribute to the strengthening in accordance with inter-American principles. Distinguished Permanent Representative, democratic principles such as, but not limited to, representative democracy, balance of power, rule of law, due process, freedom of speech, and respect for human rights are not negotiable. Consistent with the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter, the General Secretariat remains prepared to place its goods officers at the disposal of all concerned to support dialogue and a peaceful constructive engagement. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General, por su...
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your intervention. And with that, we will conclude item 3 on today's agenda of the Permanent Council. We'll now give the floor to, or we'll now move on to item 4, update on the special mission for the strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala.
Siguiente punto del orden del día.
It's the next item of the agenda, and with regard to Guatemala's request, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Araya Ayala Corral, head of the Special Mission for the Strengthening of Democratic Institutions in Guatemala. The head of the mission will give us an update on the work done by the Special Mission It was established in September of 2025 at the request of the state of Guatemala by the Secretary General and welcomed by member states in Declaration 87, adopted by this Permanent Council in November of the same year. Madam Ayala, once again, welcome to this Permanent Council. You have the floor, ma'am.
Distinguido presidente del Consejo.
Distinguished members, distinguished Secretary General, distinguished Assistant Secretary General, distinguished ambassadors, representatives, and all those present. I'd like to begin by recognizing the permanent mission of Guatemala to the OAS for the request of including this important item on the agenda of this Permanent Council. Also, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Secretary General, Mr. Alberto Rabin, for the trust placed in me in appointing me as the head of the special mission on the strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala. I assume this responsibility with a deep-seated sense of commitment and appreciation for the honor conferred upon me. At the request of the Republic of Guatemala's government on the 12th of September in 2025, it also involves not just me, but also Dr. Marcela Gobar of Chile and Dr. Maria Paulina Suarez of Ecuador. Their sound backgrounds provide us with a specialized approach to this work. The mission's mandate is about comprehensively and technically observing the development and unfolding of the elections of second-level authorities, specifically the appointment of the Supreme Electoral Court, the Constitutional Court, the General Prosecutor's Office, Public Ministry, Head of Department, and Controller and Accounting Division. What we're looking at is the constitutionality of the rule of law and democracy. In fulfilling the mission, fulfilling its mandate, the mission carried out a number of different observations and trips to Guatemala on the 29th and 14th of November 2025. During our visit, we had a very extensive program, a representative program, meetings with representatives of the three branches of government, with the University San Carlos de Guatemala, the College of Notaries and Lawyers, and number of civil society organizations and NGOs representing indigenous people, university students, the private sector, the media, and the international community. In addition, virtually, the mission had a number of other meetings with those involved in Guatemalan justice who are outside the country. Working with the different sectors, the mission was able to see the central importance of the elections of second-level authorities of state. All of them are taking place during this year of 2026. This is an important moment with regard to institutions, with regard to the rule of law, the balance of powers, judiciary independence, constitutional justice, investigation and criminal prosecution of crime, democracy, transparency, public accountability, and finally, public trust in public institutions. The mission believes it's vital that each stage of the process be governed by clear, public, transparent, and verifiable rules and principles, identifying and selecting those with the most professional backgrounds, integrity, and honor in order to fulfill their roles. This is not just a technical and procedural requirement. It's a sine qua non condition for the democratic election of authorities. As a result of our first mission, we drafted a preliminary report and sent it to the Secretary General. We also have ongoing systematic monitoring of the unfolding of the processes, and in that context, we have on a number of occasions identified progress made and warned about situations which might have an impact on the proper conduct of these processes. We have put forth 11 pronouncements. The last one was last night. The mission also identified specific risks associated with timelines that included substantive phases of public assessment, procedures that restrict effective public scrutiny, and the use of instruments for evaluations such as the gradation table, which does not have effective and verifiable variables in order to evaluate the candidates. Specifically, the exclusion of public interviews in the process of appointing candidates for the Supreme Electoral Tribunal was a source of concern that we've expressed publicly because it restricts transparency of the process or equal opportunity for all candidates, public evaluation, and the possibility of an informed public hearing. With regard to the University of San Carlos in Guatemala, since it's the only public and autonomous university in the country, and given its determining role with regard to a number of different processes for application, including appointing high-level authorities, the mission noted with concern that there's a lack of regularization and renewal in a timely manner of the academic board of the university. There were circumstances that impact the legality and the representational aspect of this board. The consequence is that it impacts the legal nature of it. This led to concern due to a lack of effective implementation of the rulings handed down by the Constitutional Court in February of 2025 that ordered the immediate convening of the Superior University Board, which I mentioned earlier. In observance or due to not complying with the ruling that was handed down, this weakens the constitutional rule of law and compromises legal security. The mission insisted on the speaker was cut off, reports the interpreter, there is no sound. Can we give the floor once again to Dr. Araya so he can conclude his report, please? Yes, thank you very much. In addition, the mission observed a persistent climate of fear. Those who have a responsibility, those who are applying, operators in academic justice or defenders of human rights. Fear due to the use of criminalization, stigmatization campaigns, judicial harassment, or attacks online. This context was also a factor in the participation of all candidates or ideal candidates, which were negatively impacted. And this impacted the university candidates, which might lead to who is or is not elected. What's even more alarming is the recent provisional protection granted last week by the sixth round of the just a few hours before the election of the lawyers' representatives. Despite the fact that these are legally gathered and historically they've participated in processes that are external to that board, this normally leads to an electoral process. This not only impacts the right of association, but it weakens the principle of safety and trustworthiness. The convergence of these various dynamics with regard to the legal sessions, the election system, the use of intimidation lead to a serious risk and a cumulative risk and could end up substantively compromising the legitimacy and the credibility of the process. Given this scenario, the mission reaffirms that it will continue to observe very closely and systematically and with responsibility. We will continue observing the evolution of this process in keeping with international standards and with full respect for the sovereignty of the state of Guatemala and its constitutional order. In that context, the mission underscores that the risks identified do not predetermine the ultimate outcome of these processes. Its unfolding will depend to a large extent on the decisions that are adopted by national actors with institutional responsibility in the upcoming stages and with attachment to the principles for their functions and to the Constitution. As part of our accompaniment, the mission has planned for additional visits this year, and we plan to meet with different actors. The work of this mission was possible thanks to the contributions of Italy, Spain, France, Switzerland, Sweden, and Norway, as well as the European Union, the Republic of Korea, and the United Nations system, to whom we would like to express gratitude.
Also, thank you very much for the professional support by such qualified staff for the mission from the Secretariat of the organization, particularly Maria Teresa Malinkamp and Carlos Casanova. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. And I'll now give the floor to the delegations that would like to speak on this item on the order of business. And as stated by the chair of the Permanent Council, we would ask that everyone respect the time limits. If you can do it faster, then it would be even better so that we can begin the protocol session this afternoon on time. Thank you very much, Guatemala. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary General, ASG, permanent representatives, observers, distinguished Professor Carlos Ayala Cora. Guatemala is grateful for the presentation by Professor Carlos Ayala, the head of the Special Mission for Strengthening Democratic Institutions in Guatemala, as well as the work of the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy at the OAS. Your support is cross-cutting in the democratic life of my country, particularly to ensure that institutional processes are carried out in line with the Constitution and the principles and democratic standards at the inter-American level. Establishing the mission in September 2025 reflects the decision to maintain open cooperation with the OAS when it comes to institutional strengthening, and it also provides continuity for the support provided through the electoral observation mission in 2023 and the special mission that observed the election for courts in 2024. In 2026, the processes related to renewing authorities at the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, the Constitutional Court, the General Prosecutor's Office, and the head of the Prosecutor's Office, as well as other institutions, will have an impact on areas such as administration of justice, accountability, transparency in electoral processes to be held in 2027. And that is why Guatemala values that the mission continues to provide technical support in ensuring transparency as well as building public trust in democratic institutions. For Guatemala, the processes for designating high-level institutional authorities that are planned for this year are very relevant for democratic operations, the rule of law, and protecting human rights, as noted by the President Bernardo Arevalo on the processes for electing high-level members of the judiciary. We are acting as a country with democracy, and the time has come for us to look at the possibility of ensuring that the judicial system is not impacted by organized crime, and we need to work with transparency, legality, and with attachment to constitutional order, and that is why support from the OAS is extremely important for promoting compliance with timelines and processes and contributes to ensuring institutional predictability, noting any anomalies, and respecting best practices. Guatemala notes the update, and we recognize the rigorous work by the special mission aimed at building context and the openness of states in an objective view of electoral and institutional processes. This contribution will help international observation and also strengthen capacities aimed at ensuring due process and constitutional guarantees. Chair, Guatemala believes that many different international organizations, including the OAS, have had a role in this, and the ISCHR, the United Nations, and the EU, on the opportunity represented by these processes to ensure independence in the administration of justice with support from the international community that is respectful, balanced, and allows us to deepen our institutional strengthening aimed at promoting practices that promote due process and judicial independence. We recognize the friendly countries that in 2023 supported us decisively with respecting popular will and ensuring electoral processes. Today, we are at a watershed moment, and this support continues to be indispensable for ensuring that institutional processes are carried out as best as possible, and thus we're able to consolidate democratic processes in Guatemala. Finally, we reiterate that strengthening our democratic institutions is not only a responsibility at the national level, but also a shared interest of the international and inter-American community. Continuity in support from the OAS through this mission will contribute to strengthening public trust, institutional independence, and respect for democratic order, with full respect for sovereignty of the Guatemalan government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias, embajadora, por su intervención.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Argentina, please. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the update on the special mission for strengthening democratic institutions in Venezuela, says the speaker, led by Carlos Ayala Corao. Noted by the declaration, we support constitutional order and democracy in Guatemala, supported by this council on the 5th of November, which we all remember. In that sense, as noted at that time, in order to ensure strong democratic institutionality, we need correct operations in the division of powers with their respective checks and balances. And that is why, in the face of the concerns expressed by the Guatemalan government, in the case of potential violations of those principles, this organization expressed itself correctly. It worked as an early warning system for democracy, or as we have called it on other occasions, a system of preventive diplomacy. This is a fundamental tool for the inter-American system in preventing the existence of new authoritarian and dictatorial regimes in our region. We maintain this active solidarity with Guatemala, and with any case that may occur, we reiterate our commitment to defending democracy in the entire hemisphere, defending the principles enshrined in the democratic charter. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. Chile. Thank you very much, Chair. Chile values the update presented by Professor Ayala as the chief of the special mission for strengthening democratic institutions in Guatemala. This notes the technical support with presence on the ground of institutional processes that are highly relevant that are planned for 2026 in that country, and we underscore the preventive approach of the mission, which is focused on providing support for second-tier elections, as well as the focus on transparency, legality, and the appropriateness of candidates, as well as compliance with timeframes that have previously been established. We agree with the importance of these components as key factors for reducing the risk of institutions being captured, particularly when it comes to bodies for institutional control. We support the role of the mission in supporting this process, and we value that this is being carried out with full respect for the sovereignty of Guatemala's government. We recognize the efforts put forth by Guatemala in strengthening their democratic institutions, and we reiterate our willingness to continuing to support the country along this path, building public trust, independency of institutions, and the rule of law, as well as respect for democratic order. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chile. Brazil, please. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Guatemalan mission for including this item on today's order of business. And also thank you very much to Mr. Carlos Ayala Corao for presenting the report from the Special Mission on Strengthening Democratic Institutions in Guatemala. As we noted at the prior special session of this Permanent Council on this topic, we support the political situation in Guatemala. We've closely monitored that since 2023. I believe that the OAS and this council have shown the staunch support of member states to democracy and their respect for popular will. Brazil continues to be concerned by the persistence of destabilizing activities that indicate a pattern of political persecution of legitimately elected authorities and the judicialization of elections, which were already condemned by this council in December 2023 with the adoption of Resolution 1240. With that in mind, we greatly value the monitoring of the situation carried out by the Special Mission for Strengthening Democratic Institutions of Guatemala, and the mission supports institutional processes that are very sensitive and planned for 2026, including the election of justices to the Supreme Electoral Tribunal and the Constitutional Court, as well as designating the person to be Attorney General and General Comptroller of Guatemala. These are strategic processes with a direct impact on judicial independence, institutional transparency, and the operations of Guatemala's democratic system. We reiterate the importance of respecting Guatemalan legal order and faithful compliance with all legal obligations of all stakeholders involved in these processes, as well as the preservation of rule of law and democracy. We also underscore the need for the Secretary General and the Special Mission to maintain this council regularly informed on how these processes are playing out. Guatemala was a success story that brought together all member states to effectively contribute to respecting popular will. The winning strategy involved a dialogue with authorities and all social stakeholders to build a space of convergence. We must always maintain open channels with everyone, as without opening the hand in order to avoid any destabilizing attempts that may undermine the rule of law or democracy in Guatemala. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brazil. Uruguay, please. Thank you very much, Chair. Uruguay is grateful for including this item on the order of business today. And thank you to the panelists for the update on the special mission from the OAS. And please allow me to give special greetings and thank Carlos Ayala Corao, who is the chief of the special mission in Guatemala. The Inter-American legal framework reflects that democracy is a central axis which is complemented by protection of civil and social as well as political rights enshrined in various inter-American instruments, as well as certainly respect for the will of the people expressed in free, fair elections. We also note the resolution of the GA 2067 from 2013, which clearly establishes the role of the OAS in promoting democratic cooperation with the aim of supporting member states which request this in their efforts to strengthen institutions, values, and practices of democratic value to fight corruption, improve the rule of law, ensure full exercise of human rights, and reduce inequality and social exclusion. Against this backdrop, Uruguay supports the work carried out by the Special Mission of the OAS in strengthening democratic institutionality in Guatemala, and we encourage them to continuing to provide support in that country on the ground in line with the mandate and in full compliance with the principles and aims of the OAS Charter as well as the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Similarly, we agree with the assessment of the mission on the importance of ensuring that all elections of authorities for the judiciary planned for 2026 include clear, public, transparent, verifiable processes aimed at identifying and selecting the ideal individuals through a clear, fair process. This ensures an independent judiciary and acts as a fundamental guarantee for citizens. In that sense, I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate the call for justice in Guatemala for the freeing of journalist Jose Ruben Zamora, who is one of the few journalists who remains in prison in our hemisphere. Our country reiterates any attempt at weaponizing institutions for political ends, as this undermines the foundation of the rule of law and creates institutional vulnerability. We are concerned with the statements made in the recent communique from the special mission on the second-tier elections to be held in that country, particularly the timeline for presenting candidacy for the Supreme Electoral Tribunal and the Constitutional Court as well, with the professor from San Carlos University, USAC. We also echo the call of the mission to include all university authorities that have been elected by university bodies that make up the Supreme University body as a way to ensure that they are fully integrated. Chair, finally, we reiterate our support for full respect for the sovereignty of the Guatemalan government, and we continue to support any efforts underway aimed at strengthening cooperation and ensuring justice in Guatemala in line with that country's constitution and the principles of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Thank you very much. Thank you. Uruguay, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary General, and other members of the head table, distinguished permanent representatives, esteemed delegates. The permanent mission of Belize wishes to thank Mr. Carlos Ayala for this timely update on the special mission for the strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala, to which we have paid keen attention. We thank the distinguished chair of the Permanent Council for the inclusion of this agenda item, and we commend the OAS General Secretariat for its continued commitment to the promotion of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law across our hemisphere. Belize is pleased to express its firm support for the work of the OAS Special Mission for the strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala. As a Central American country, Belize firmly believes and values democracy and democratic principles as essential foundations for peace, development, and regional stability. We are convinced that strong, legitimate institutions generate social harmony, predictability, and public trust, which are indispensable for democratic governance. Mr. Chairman, the establishment of the special mission in September 2025, at the request of the state of Guatemala, reflects both national ownership and constructive engagement with the inter-American system. It also builds upon the important work of the OAS Special Mission for the observation of judicial elections in 2024, which contributed to transparency and confidence in the processes for integrating the Supreme Court of Justice and the Courts of Appeals. Belize recognizes the significance of the institutional processes scheduled to take place in Guatemala during 2026, including the election of magistrates to the Supreme Electoral Tribunal and the Constitutional Court, as well as the selection of the Attorney General and head of the Public Prosecutor's Office and the Comptroller General of Accounts. These processes are central to the administration of justice, institutional oversight, and democratic credibility. In this context, we commend the special mission for its efforts to accompany and observe these second-degree election processes with due attention to transparency, legality, institutional independence, and respect for constitutional timelines. Such accompaniment strengthens public confidence while fully respecting the sovereignty of the Guatemalan state. Mr. Chairman, the strengthening of democracy requires institutions that are credible, independent, and accountable. The work of the special mission demonstrates the OAS's capacity to support member states through constructive, preventive, and cooperative engagement. We particularly value the mission's inclusive approach and its engagement with state authorities, justice sectors, academia, civil society, the private sector, and indigenous peoples, ensuring that diverse voices are heard and reflected in these institutional processes. Belize also acknowledges the professionalism and expertise of the members of the special mission, Mr. Carlos Ayala Corrao, Ms. Maria Paulina Aguirre Suarez, and Ms. Marcela Rios Tobar, whose experience and commitment to democratic principles greatly enhance the mission's effectiveness. Distinguished members of this Council, as member states of the OAS, we share a collective responsibility to uphold democracy and the rule of law in our region. The Special Mission in Guatemala stands as a concrete expression of solidarity and cooperation under the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Belize reaffirms its support for this effort and its solidarity with the people and government of Guatemala as they work to strengthen their democratic institutions. In closing, we encourage continued support for the mandate of the Special Mission and for institutional processes in Guatemala that are conducted with transparency, legality, and integrity. By doing so, we contribute to democratic resilience in Guatemala and to the stability and democratic vitality of our hemisphere. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Feliz.
Thank you, Belize. Paraguay is recognized. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Paraguayan delegation, thank you very much for the update presented on the work by the Special Mission for Strengthening Democratic Institutions in Guatemala. And thank you very much to the Chief of Mission, Carlos Ayala Corao. We'd like to reiterate the firm support by Paraguay to the mission, the work of which is part of the provisions of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. And technical support provided by the Special Mission is an important contribution and very tangible to ensuring the principles that are enshrined in that document. We particularly believe it's relevant for the mission to focus on the institutionalization of state dependencies and entities with clear, predictable, transparent processes, as well as clear objectives of merit and independence in key processes for democratic life. Robust, professionalized institution not only strengthen democracy and governability, but also reduce polarization and strengthen public trust. Paraguay, therefore, reiterates its support for the continuity of the Special Mission in Guatemala and the role of this mission as a space for dialogue, cooperation, and respectful dialogue between member states. We staunchly believe that democracy will not be exhausted in elections, but it is something maintained alive in day-to-day operations with operations and accountability as enshrined in the Inter-American Democratic Charter, which is a fundamental instrument for the hemispheric promotion and defense of human dignity and democracy. Thank you very much, Paraguay. Ecuador, please. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the Chief of Mission. We take due note of what you have told us today, and the Republic of Ecuador is grateful for the information provided by the permanent mission in Guatemala with regard to the visits held by the Special Mission for observation in that country. And we are grateful for those who have politically and economically made it possible to have that observation. There were many meetings held by the observation mission with government, institutions, academia, representatives of civil society, the private sector, as well as indigenous communities in order to understand the political and legal context in which these elections are taking place. Therefore, we understand the mission has called on ensuring democratic processes. The declaration to support democracy and constitutional order in Guatemala, adopted by the Permanent Council in November last, recognizes the efforts of the government and the people of Guatemala in strengthening their democracy. And yes, democracy that is strong is indispensable for democratic freedom and hemispheric security. Democracy and governability depend on robust institutions led by appropriate authorities that ensure participative, transparent selection processes, and a lot is at play for our hemisphere, where support for electoral observation missions and the existence of the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy are relevant in this report to ensuring processes that include reviewing elections, and that is why we note that this work must continue. We express our support for the Republic of Guatemala and extend an invitation to continuing to work in the framework of this culture of integration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ecuador, Costa Rica is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Costa Rica would like to thank you for the report sent by Guatemala asking that we include this item on today's order of business. That is the update on the special OAS mission for strengthening democratic institutions in Guatemala. Certainly, we're also grateful for Professor Ayala, who has been with us here in the room, for his valuable presentation. As noted on other occasions, we value that Guatemala has turned to this organization to building spaces for support and dialogue during such a sensitive moment for its democratic institutions. The OAS is more useful and relevant when it acts within the framework of its mandates with technical rigor and respect for sovereignty, however, also with a clear conviction when it comes to defending the rule of law and democratic charter. Against that backdrop, we recognize the work of the special mission and the communication that has been sent with regard to the second-tier elections that are planned for 2026. That includes those related to the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, the Constitutional Court, and the Public Prosecutor's Office, as well as the Comptroller. For any democracy, these processes are not just administrative in nature. They are a proof of independence, transparency, and public trust. Costa Rica greatly values, in particular, the ongoing and consistent calls from this mission to ensure strict adherence to the legal and constitutional frameworks, respecting timeframes, planning, and ensuring objective rules. Along those lines, we take note of the recommendations that were included with the aim of strengthening transparency and accountability. As included with the standardized public institutions and ensuring the profiles of the candidates. From that perspective, the objective is simple but also very demanding, that the decisions be made legally, with integrity, and with a view of the citizens to protect the legitimacy of institutions and avoid any weakening of public trust. Chair, Costa Rica reiterates its respect for the domestic internal processes of Guatemala, while at the same time our commitment to inter-American principles. That is why we urge any responsible entities, including the institutions such as professional boards, guilds, academia, and electoral bodies, to act with full constitutional independence, ensuring that they avoid any actions that may sow the seeds of uncertainty and ensuring that democratic order prevails, as does transparency. Finally, we reiterate the position of this organization that we must provide technical support that is serious, impartial, and constructive, focused on strengthening capacities, promoting best practices, and contributing to democratic stability and peace, social peace, as noted in the charter of this very organization, the OAS Charter. Thank you very much. Thank you, Costa Rica. I apologize. I skipped over Mexico in the order of request for the floor, and so, Ambassador, I apologize to Mexico for skipping your request. So the Ambassador of Mexico is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. The Mexican delegation takes note of the report presented by Professor Carlos Ayala, who is heading the special mission for strengthening democratic institutions in Guatemala. We consider the development of these activities for support and monitoring of the institutional processes that are taking place in that country in order to renew the justices from the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, justices from the Constitutional Court, as well as staff from the Public Prosecutor's Office and the General Comptroller's Office. Mexico will continue to closely monitor these processes and the activities of the special mission, reiterating the historic ties of friendship, good understanding, and neighborliness between our countries and governments, and to build trust in ensuring that these processes in Guatemala are carried out peacefully in line with their constitution, with support from this organization that is always respectful and fully observes the sovereignty of the Guatemalan government. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mexico. El Salvador is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for presenting Professor Carlos Ayala, and we take note of the Special Missions report on strengthening democratic institutions in Guatemala, as well as the work carried out up to hitherto. Strengthening democratic institutions and democracy as a whole is a common shared mission of all member states of this organization, with day in and day out face different types of challenges for consolidating democracy. Our brotherly country of Guatemala and other member states have institutions that make up the inter-American community, all share a collective commitment that has been strengthened in recent years, noted through the declaration support for democracy and institutions in Guatemala, supported and adopted by this council in November of last year, and we reiterate that the support must be carried out with respect for self-determination and the sovereignty of Guatemala through mechanisms that are established within this organization. El Salvador and Guatemala share values and objectives when it comes to the economy, society, economic development, as well as binationally and regionally, and therefore strengthening democracy in that country strengthens the entire region. We urge constructive dialogue and understanding between all stakeholders that are political and economic or social in Guatemala in order to achieve short and midterm goals with democracy in the framework of the standards that govern the Guatemalan government. Thank you very much. El Salvador, Granada, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary General, Excellencies. So my delegation welcomes the progress report presented by the OAS Special Mission today, and we thank Ambassador Escobar and the government of Guatemala for their transparency and for inviting the OAS and this council to remain constructively engaged in their national institutional strengthening process. The region indeed is closely observing this 2026 institutional cycle there. And while the technical dimensions of the nominating commissions are well understood and well presented already in this room, the broader implications for democracy and for democratic credibility and regional stability cannot be overstated. For Grenada, democratic integrity is not something simply as a principle and is not abstract. It is the primary currency of trust within the inter-American system, just as it is within our own domestic governance. Our support for this mission is grounded in the conviction that strong, independent institutions are essential to legal certainty and social cohesion. When appointments to high courts and electoral bodies are conducted with rigor, with transparency, and merit, the outcome extends far beyond procedural compliance. It reinforces the social contract and creates the confidence necessary for sustainable investments for long-term development across our hemisphere, not just the one country. Grenada therefore encourages the special mission, whilst congratulating and supporting you on the work that you have done and continue to do, to maintain your focus on merit-based criteria and institutional independence. We stand in solidarity with the people and the government of Guatemala as they navigate this pivotal transition, and we reaffirm our commitment to the inter-American instruments and mechanisms that make this cooperative, non-intrusive accompaniment possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias por su intervención.
Thank you for that statement. I now give the floor to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin by thanking the Mission of Guatemala for bringing this item to the agenda and for its ongoing efforts to strengthen democratic institutions in Guatemala. Mr. Chairman, we all know that to be functional, a democracy needs to organize free, fair, and inclusive elections led by transparent institutions and in keeping with international norms. We are concerned by the persistent efforts to undermine democratic institutions in Guatemala and the legitimacy of its elected government. Electoral processes of second degree in Guatemala have already started, and the results will determine the direction of agencies responsible for election oversight, constitutional election, combating corruption, accountability in the area of public finance.
The second-degree processes are particularly sensitive to political pressure and manipulation, and their integrity is essential to preserving democratic accountability. Democracy and inclusive governance are fundamental to long-term sustainable development. Citizens' confidence and participation in public and political processes is essential. It enables peaceful, inclusive, and democratic societies to thrive. Canada believes that the OAS should continue to play the critical role of upholding democratic norms and promoting democratic governance in the region. The Special Mission for the Strengthening of Democratic Institutions in Guatemala is a perfect example of the value that the OAS has in strengthening democracy in the hemisphere. This is why Canada is providing financial support to the Special Mission in advance of the upcoming second-degree elections. We hope the mission will reduce risk of manipulation, strengthen rule of law, and reinforce public trust in democratic institutions. We encourage all OAS member states to come together and uphold our commitment to the principles of the Inter-American Democratic Charter and raise a unified voice in defense of democracy in Guatemala. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Colombia. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Carlos Ayala, head of the Special Mission for Strengthening Institutions in Guatemala, for presenting the update, and the Secretariat for the Strengthening of Democracy for the work done in the context of this mandate. For Colombia, Guatemala's request and putting this on the agenda is a clear sign of their commitment to institutional strengthening and the system of the inter-American system. This cooperation, which at the request of the state itself, has a positive impact and constructive one on democratic stability. In that context, we'll recognize the importance of the efforts of the governments of the president to preserve constitutional order and institutional stability in Guatemala. We especially value that the special mission has provided continuity to what was started in 2024 for the processes of the International Court of Justice and Appellation Courts, and the current work is focused on institutional processes set for 2026 with critical observation and clinical observation of the institutions, which is fundamental to the functioning of the democratic system. The next appointments of authorities will be determining for the functioning of the democratic system and the effectiveness of rule of law in Guatemala. We share the view with regard to constitutional terms, the appointment and candidates, and the need for people designated as being the ideal ones in terms of honesty and skill and competence in keeping with the Constitution. In these regards are vital to preserve the independence of institutions and to prevent undue interference. We also recognize the work done during the 2 official visits to the country, especially the broad and inclusive nature of the meetings held by the mission with state authorities, justice, representatives of academia, civil society, the private sector, and indigenous peoples. We'd also like to recognize the experience and technical experience provided by the special mission, whose work is significant to strengthen institutions and build trust. Finally, we reiterate our endorsement of the continuity of the OAS's accompaniment to Guatemala, always in respect of its sovereignty and its constitutional order. We are convinced that this effort will contribute to consolidating independent institutions, strengthening the rule of law, and upholding democratic principles. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. I give the floor to the Dominican Republic. Thank you, sir. The delegation of the Dominican Republic thanks Dr. Carlos Ayala Corral for his presentation, and we're very pleased to see him as the head of the Special Mission for Strengthening Democratic Institutions in Guatemala. We also appreciate the work of the distinguished experts who are part of the mission. We recognize also the efforts of the Secretariat of the OAS and the Secretariat for the Strengthening of Democracy in accompanying the processes institutionally in Guatemala continuously. We carefully followed the evolution of the institutions in Guatemala And from the beginning, our country has expressed its endorsement of the democratic principles and the constitutional order and the sovereign will of the Guatemalan people, in keeping with the values that inspire the inter-American system. In that context, we value the decision of the Guatemalan state to request accompaniment from the OAS through the establishment of the special mission. This is an example of cooperation and opening that builds trust regionally and reaffirms the Guatemalan state's commitment to strengthening its own institutions and democracy. Colleagues, the report shows the relevance of the electoral processes for high-level authority, which will be held throughout 2026. This includes those that relate to the electoral system, constitutional justice, public ministry, and oversight bodies. These processes are of particular importance for the proper functioning of the state and the finance and for building trust. The Dominican Republic received with interest the observations of the special mission on the need for these processes to develop with attachment to legality, transparency, and respect of the timeline set in keeping with the Constitution and Guatemalan law. This also guarantees the idealness and probity of the candidates. We value the broad and inclusive focus adopted by the mission, which is reflected in the dialogue held with state authorities, actors in the judiciary, civil society, academia, private sector, and indigenous people. This rapprochement contributes to complete understanding of the national context and strengthens the constructive nature of the accompaniment. Mr. Chairman, the Dominican Republic reaffirms its willingness to continue accompanying the efforts of Guatemala and the OAS geared to consolidating the democracy and reiterates its conviction that strengthening democracy in each and every one of our states contributes to the well-being, the stability, and peace in the entire hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. The United States welcomes today's update on the work of the Organization of American States Special Mission for strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala. And we note the mission's continued technical engagement. We recognize Guatemala is entering a consequential period in 2026 with multiple selection processes that will affect key institutions, including the Supreme Electoral Tribunal, the Attorney General's Office, the Constitutional Court, and the Comptroller's General Office. For the United States, the core issue is that these processes be conducted in a manner that is lawful, transparent, orderly, timely, and free of malign influence. We take note of the mission's emphasis on adherence to eligibility requirements, timely installation and functioning of nomination bodies, and decision-making that is transparent and appropriately reasoned. Following these guidelines leaves no space for criminal networks. Under the Trump administration, Mr. Chair, the United States emphasizes respect for national sovereignty and constitutional order alongside consistent support for credible, legally grounded institutional processes that uphold democracy and reduce risk of instability. The United States looks forward to continued dialogue as Guatemala moves through this important period. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much to the Permanent Representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the delegation of Peru. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Peru appreciates the report by Mr. Carlos Ayala on the special mission to strengthen democratic institutions in Guatemala. We value the efforts of the organization to accompany these processes for the election, the results of which will be relevant for the administration of justice, transparency, and the democratic system in Guatemala. Peru, which is characterized by a foreign policy with strict attachment to international law and the principles of the OAS Charter and the Democratic Charter, Inter-American Charter, is promoting the defense of democracy for the common good as the essential foundation for peace and development of our peoples. Finally, I'd like to express that Peru is fully available in order to continue contributing consistently to the role of election observers, the nature of which allows us to broaden them as a professional tool, which is impartial and technically rigorous, with deep respect for national sovereignty, and in favor of strengthening democracy in the American hemisphere. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Says the chair. I give the floor now to the Observer Permanent Mission Ambassador of Spain. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank and greet and commend the head of the mission. As you know, Spain, since its inception, Spain has supported the special mission for the strengthening of democratic institutions in Guatemala. In that context, we add our voice to the calls for the mission of the OAS and other missions and those accompanying from the European Union and the independent panel of experts to guarantee transparency, access to information, openness to observation, and any modality to promote transparency based on objective criteria and based on ideal merit. We share the concerns expressed in the OAS mission's report with regard to the irregularities observed, especially those related to attempts to alter in extremis the election for the Constitutional Court. We add our voice to others calling for all institutional and social actors to contribute to the maintenance of an interinstitutional dialogue to strengthen democracy and to respect the Constitution and democratic order. I'd also like to recognize the efforts of Guatemala to strengthen its democratic institutions, especially in the context of the elections planned for this year, 2026. I'd like to recall here that Spain has clearly and on reiterated occasions expressed our support for democratic institutions in Guatemala. In 2023, we supported the observation mission for elections in Guatemala, for the general elections that took place with full legitimacy and where Bernardo Arevalo was elected as the constitutional president. And after we accompanied them in the complex transition democratically. Spain also contributed financially to the follow-up monitoring mechanism of the CDH in Guatemala, which contributed significantly to improving compliance with recommendations in the area of human rights handed down by the Commission to Guatemala, and allows for the assessment and implementation of the recommendations. We also appreciate the report of the CIDH, and we would like to recognize the government of Adela for their report and their efforts in that regard. We'd also like to highlight key initiatives for regional stability, such as the Peace Project for Guatemala and the region. Today, challenges continue to exist in Guatemala, and it's precisely for that reason that the international community, and especially Spain, continues to support the people and government of Guatemala in its firm desire to consolidate rule of law, democracy, and human rights. Today, we reiterate that commitment because that complex episode of the transition of government in 2023 was ultimately successful. To conclude, Guatemala can count on Spain's firm and respectful support to accompany it in its path towards a more democratic landscape. Democracy is a work in progress, and in that respect, we will continue alongside Guatemala. Thank you, Ambassador Monton. I now give the floor to the Observer Mission of Italy, Ambassador Ncella. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, we'd like to thank Professor Carlos Ayala for the oral report and for updating us on the activities of the special mission to strengthen democratic institutions in Guatemala. We take note of the challenges identified, which were also subject to recent communiques and press releases by the OAS Secretary General with regard to the appointment of candidates to the magistratures and the Supreme Electoral Tribunal and the University Academic Board and the electoral process for magistrates in the Constitutional Court. As an observer country which is committed to strengthening democracy and as a donor to this specific mission, we share the concerns expressed by the Secretariat General and by the head of the mission. It's imperative that all electoral processes take place according to standards of maximum transparency, legal rigor, and strict compliance with the legal timelines. Citizen trust and the stability of the rule of law depend on the integrity of these processes. So we call on all parties to work and cooperate fully with the OAS mission, who we understand will be returning to Guatemala soon in February. We'd like to highlight also that promoting and defending the rule of law in Guatemala is not just an imperative from a legal point of view, but it's also key for economic and social development in the country. Thank you. Thank you, says the chair. I now give the floor to the Permanent Observer Mission of France. Ambassador Justi. Thank you. Dear colleagues, France also is carefully following the electoral process of the judicial and electoral authorities organized in 2026 in Guatemala. And we thank you for the report for that date. France attaches the greatest importance to the proper unfolding of these elections to strengthen the democratic framework and the rule of law in Guatemala. Faithful to its commitment to Guatemala and its democratic institutions, France has contributed financially to the OAS Special Mission, which is responsible for accompanying the missions. The Special Mission has made its first recommendations and observations, and France invites the concerned institutions to take them into account. France takes note of the strong citizen mobilization around the elections of electoral and judiciary authorities and encourages Guatemalans to continue with their commitment to respect the timelines and the transparency of these procedures. France once again applauds the commitment of the OAS to the stability of Guatemala and reiterates our full support. We also commend the mission of the European Union, which in January concluded its second visit to Guatemala. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la misión.
Thank you to the Permanent Observer Mission of France. And now we will continue, since there are no further requests for the floor, we will continue with the order of business. I am acting as representative of the chair of the Permanent Council. Thank you on his behalf to Dr. Ochala for accompanying us and for your report. And through you, we'd also like to thank your colleagues in the mission, Maria Paulina Suarez, Madam Maria Marcelo, and the whole team of the Secretariat for the Strengthening of Democracy, headed by distinguished Ambassador Kajowicz and his entire team, who is with him here today. Congratulations on the excellent work. The chair suggests that this council take note of the information presented today and the very worthwhile statements made by the distinguished delegations. And we reaffirm our commitment to continue accompanying the people of Guatemala and take them to strengthen the democracy as was presented in this sister nation. As I see no objections, can we so agree? There are no objections. Thank you. It is so agreed. Continuing with item 5, consideration of the draft resolution, venue and date for the 9th meeting of ministers on public security in the Americas. According to the order of business and at the request of the chair of the Hemispheric Security Committee and in consultation with the Permanent Council, we'd like to approve the draft resolution entitled venue and date of the 9th meeting of the ministers in area of public security of the Americas, contained in document considered subjected, put forth to all delegates, contained in document CP/Doc 6171/26. This instrument was already agreed in the committee meeting held on the 29th of January last week. Since I hear no request for the floor, we can go ahead and proceed with approval of the resolution. It is so approved. Moving on to the next item of our agenda, we'll give the floor to Panama. Thank you, Ambassador. Very briefly, I'd just like to take the floor to thank the Permanent Council for approving this resolution, which establishes the date and venue of the 9th meeting of ministers on public security in the Americas to be held in Panama from the 22nd, 23rd of October. This ministerial level meeting is particularly important for my country to be held in the context of the centenary of Panama's and the foundational document for hemispheric cooperation amongst nations of the Americas. For Panama, approving this resolution reaffirms the confidence of member states and the shared commitment to strengthening hemispheric cooperation in the area of public safety and security. I'd like to report that we are currently making final adjustments to the theme for the meeting, which will be communicated in a timely manner in the coming days. Our delegation reiterates its full availability to work inclusively and constructively with a view to having a successful meeting for concrete results for the hemisphere. Thank you to the delegation of Panama, and if I may also extend congratulations to the chair of the Hemispheric Security Committee and for all of the success in negotiating this resolution. And now we'll continue with the order of business. The next item is item 6, which is approval of the following minutes, which were put to the members of the council for their consideration. Minutes 2413 of the regular session of 1 February 2023, 2570 of the regular session of 19 November 2025, 2571 of the extraordinary session of 25 November 2025, and 2572 of the extraordinary session of 3 December 2025. We can now approve. They are approved. And then, of course, our sincere gratitude to the Secretariat for its efforts in recording the minutes and all the efforts that we heard from the Madam Assistant Secretary General to fully meet the deadlines and submit these minutes to our consideration. Thank you very much, Madam ASG. We'll continue now then with the next item of the agenda, which is other business. We can now conclude the agenda. We had an extensive agenda today. I'd like to open the floor for delegations who may wish to refer to any informative announcements strictly. Thank you. As there are no requests for the floor, we thank all of you for your participation today, and the session is hereby adjourned. Thank you.